neurosurgical selection process. How do you get into neurosurgery? And then once you become a neurosurgical trainee, what sort of things you need to look out for and do. I think that, Catherine's talked a lot about it, and it's such vital little tips and things that in terms of mindset, that's important when you're going through this process, because irrespective of whether you're successful or not, whatever career you're in, the only way you achieve greatness in it is if you work hard, and that seems to transcend, again, all different specialties. So that message just goes across. It doesn't matter if you become a neurosurgeon or not. So Newcastle is beautiful. Come up here, and training here is fantastic. All the surgeons that qualify here are amazing, and so you can definitely come and visit us if you ever do become a trainee. I trained at the RBI and see James Cook, which is another new unit in the Middlesbrough in the northeast, and also I did my fellowship in the Walton Centre, so I spent some time with Catherine as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how to win an interview, so what things the application process works, what things to think about now, and also the current application, how things have changed with COVID, and things you need to start thinking about doing at a very early stage in your undergraduate career, because it all comes across so quickly and you need to start filling the boxes as early as possible. Challenges and tips of it for a trainee: how to think about your logbook, start thinking about what ARCP and ISCP are. You have to do an exam, and then finally you get your CCT and SEC, but that's not the end of it, unfortunately. There's lots more to do after that as well. So this is how it works. You guys are currently in this position, you're undergraduate medical trainees, and you want to become a neurosurgeon, which is one of the couple of specialties that go through the run-through posts. And run-through alludes to the fact that you get a post at ST1, and as long as you hit the competencies for each year, you'll move from one ARCP to the next. You'll move all the way through without having to do another interview until you go to do your fellowship, which means you do F1, F2, and then you go into run through. That makes it a very sort of sought after contract, because you're not in one of these contracts where you have to then reapply in the middle to go and do a specialty like most other specialties are. So it's a very nice thing to be in, to have the confidence that you're in a contract that's going to get you through 8 years of training, and at the end of it, hopefully become a fully trained surgeon. And that's one of the pros of doing a run through training, but it's also one of the negatives, because you're sort of, after you get past this stage of F2 and challenging yourself and filling in an application form and having a massive CV, there's no real drivers to improve yourself over this period, apart from getting the MRCS so you can become a reg, until you get to ST6, and then you start thinking, oh no, I need a job. And then you start thinking, how am I going to build my CV? And that's the pitfall that you shouldn't get into. This doesn't stop as soon as you get a run through. Every year, you've got to think, how am I making my CV better than the guy next to me? So that when you do get to, I know it sounds horrible, but that's the way you have to think. And then when you get to ST8, you won't have to then do it all in one go at the end. If you don't get it in the run through here, the other pathway is to say, go and do core surgical specialty here, like whatever it is, and then reapply to ST1 there. As long as you don't have more than 12 months of neurosurgery, neurology, or neurointensive care experience, you can apply back in ST1 there, and a lot of my colleagues have done the same. So, and it's not a detriment at all, because having the experience of going to work in general surgery or ENT or MaxVax or any of these other core specialties in the early years is all skills that are transferable and you're going to be able to use when you come back into neurosurgery. So that's not a bad thing if you don't get it in this way, to try and go this way and then reapply at that stage. Getting into neurosurgery at ST3, there are random one-odd posts here and there, but they're so lacking that in the last 5 years, there's hardly been any. So I don't think that's something you can count on. And because there's so many ST1 to 3s that have been coming through the system over the recent years, I don't think there's going to be reg posts that you can go into ST3 level. So you can't count on going in neurosurgery at ST3. So your best chance is going in an ST1. And that's something to be mindful of. So what happens? You do F1, F2, and that's when the application process happens. And the application process happens in November of F2. So you become F2 August, and in November of F2, you have the application process, and it closes in December. So that means you haven't got any time at all. So there's loads of boxes to fill for undergraduate, and there's loads of boxes to fill for postgraduate. And your postgraduate time is so limited. You have F1 and 4 months of F2 to get enough to put on your CV, which means that it might be that you don't have enough the first time round. So, and don't see that as a failure. It just means that you haven't had the time to build your CV, and you might just need another year of going to do something else, or another year to do a trust grade post or a one-off year post, and to build up your application post, your CV, so that the next time you apply, it's good. So I'm not saying don't apply the first time. Obviously, do apply, but it's not a failure not to get it the first time around. It just means that because like Catherine said, and we've talked about before, it's just really competitive, and it's just getting even more competitive. Everybody has to do the MSRA exam, and Mr. Alistair and I have always talked about this, saying that we wouldn't pass this nowadays because it's full of questions that we just would throw the TV out and throw the monitor out the window if it came to us. So I don't know, you just have to sit that, I'm afraid. And it's better to sit it early, because I think it's full of stuff you learn at medical school. So don't forget it and just go and sit it. Shortlisted for interview, that's done independently of two different assessors, and so it's a very fair system. And it used to be a national selection, which was really nice because you all got together. It was quite intense. I found my national selection interview process of, I think it was 5 stations. I found that more stressful than my MRCS exam, because it's like your career on the line kind of thing. So that was the whole, you go down and do a whole, it's like paces, but for you to decide your career. But that's changed this year because of COVID, and they're going to do just interviews. So you do an application form. The application form's now got 3 personal statements, I believe, and then you can have 2 interviews. I'll talk about that a little bit, but it's slightly changed this year. So just be wary of that. So neurosurgery is competitive, always has been. It's been this year. That is last year's numbers. You can see the ratio. It's out of all of them, apart from things like where there's only 1 or 2 jobs, or whatever, there's always been a highly competitive specialty we go into. And because of the ratio, because of the numbers of people who have gained CCT, and the fact that we've got a load of people who are now fully qualified neurosurgeons who haven't got jobs to go through, I believe there's going to be an issue in terms of recruiting at the bottom end, because they're going to be worried about how many are going to come out the top end. So I believe the competition ratio is just going to get even more competitive. It makes you mindful of the fact that, yes, you can try, because you love neurosurgery so much, you can try to do neurosurgery, but don't let it be the only thing you're thinking about, because irrespective of how amazing you are as surgeons or as colleagues, or it might just be bad luck that you don't get the opportunity. And I'm not saying to give up on it, but I'm saying that you should look to see what other mechanisms might be available for you to end up in the career you want without having to do it to be through neurosurgery. And I'll touch on that a little bit later as well. In the past, it's been as competitive as this, where in 2012 it was like the ratio was one place for every 15 applicants, so it can get bad. This year, I normally show you what numbers are like in terms of vacancies, and on the York and Humberside Deanery website, there isn't any numbers, so I don't know how many numbers the posts are this year. So if anyone does know, please just let us know. But I couldn't find that details. And the timetable for this year, as outlined, is as you can see, November applications, interviews in March, and then you can go into holding pattern where you get to know whether or not you've got a place by the end of March, April. The whole idea of this is that around March, April, I think, is where the core surgical trainee applications start. So you might not know whether you've got a neurosurgical place before this applications for core surgical training comes up. So don't allow yourself to fall in that pitfall and not apply for that just because you're waiting to find out about neurosurgery. Apply for both. At least then you have some form of backup if you don't get into neurosurgery the first time round. And I don't think I believe that's a very sensible approach. So things that you need to do now: go on to the York and Humber Deanery website, who looks after the neurosurgical surgical program, and they've got all this information, and everything I'm talking about here is in these slides. And you go onto this website and you just click on these buttons, and it gives you all the information you need. There's MRSA applicant guide, there's whole the shortlisting matrix, everything's on there. And therefore, if you're really interested in this as an undergraduate medical, you should use these bits of documents as your framework to how you're going to build towards building your CV. So then you're not wasting time on stuff that's not going to get you anything, but you are making sure you tick every single aspect of what they're looking for. And it's there. You can't ever argue that no one told me I had to do this, because it's there in black and white. So if you do everything that's in black and white, and you do everything that's desirable, so each of these personal specifications have like eligibility criteria and how they evaluate it. And some sections have necessary and desirable, and you want the necessary box, but you also have to see how am I going to tick all the desirable boxes. And this is something that you can sit down now if you're really interested in neurosurgery, and you don't have to fill everything now. What you got to do, look for is say, how am I going to fill this box? Oh yeah, I've got this to do. How am I going to fill this box? I'm going to join this. How am I going to fill this box? I'm going to do, and you can already plan your future and how you're going to fill these boxes. And then when the application form comes, you've already done the work because you've just done it via the personal specification. And that's how you do it for training as ST1. And that's how you do it when you want to become a consultant. You look through the personal specification and you look to see how many of the desirable things have I got, because you should already have all the essential things. And that's how you're going to be competitive as a consultant appointee as well. So in national selection, they have different aspects of it. So undergraduate, you see that undergraduate career and research and improvement projects, undergraduate clinical excellence. So as an undergraduate, you need to have awards, prizes, projects in order to get these 5 marks. So when this came up for me, I was a bit shocked by it. I had some just by fluke, but I could understand why you spend so much time nowadays, medical students trying to do these, because these are worth so much points and prizes. But and we'll talk through this in a little bit more detail. Higher degrees, so I've seen it says it excludes degrees that are an integral part of the undergraduate or postgraduate curriculum, and that makes you feel, well, how did they score the integrated degrees? And the person who didn't get into medical school the first time around, did a BSc, can get 2 points, but you got in first time around, integrated, you're not going to get any points. And I'm not sure how they balance that, to be honest. It's something to think about. And PhDs, you can see that they're all in line with the masters and things like that. So do you want to go away and do a PhD for 1 point, or do you want to go away and do a diploma for 1 point extra? You got to think about what's best use of your time. But the thing about a PhD is that it's not going to just help you for getting into ST1, it's also going to help you for a consultant post. So maybe that's the best use of your time, just because then you're set up for academic sort of aspect to your career, if that's what you're interested in. Then it goes into postgraduate research. So as soon as you get into becoming a doctor, you're going to have to think about, how am I going to get these postgraduate bits if you're going to apply as F2, academic awards and prizes. So whenever you go to poster presentations or presentations, try and think of how can do your best, because if you get a poster prize at SBNS, that's going to count as an academic award or prize, or a poster prize at one of the local regional meetings. So do try and get involved in them, and do try and put your best work in there, just because you might think, oh, that's my best work, so I'm just going to publish it. Why should I present it at the local neurological meeting? But if you did and you won the prize there, it means that not only have you got the point for publishing it, you'll get a point for award and prize. So make best use of all the work and efforts you put into whatever you do. And publications is one of the aspects that I was talking to one of my nephews who's a medical student, saying that I think they're going to be more and more stringent about how much credence they put on publications, because there's a vast majority of people who just get their name put on loads of different papers because they have friends as doctors or family that are doctors. And I think they may start saying that they're going to be more scrutinize this a little bit more in the future. So I don't know, we'll see how that turns out. And this is a little bit of a change that's happened with regards personal statement. I think they're going to give a more extensive personal statement because they have less time to see you in face to face. So, and you can see, you can go and do a PhD for 3 years and you get the same amount of points as if you write a good personal statement in L3. And it just shows that don't do this rushed, and do spend your time doing this, because look how many points you can get if you do this properly, 9. And it matches up to like all this section here. So don't take this. Make sure you read through it, make sure you do it properly, make sure you show it to loads of different people, get your consultants that you know that are neurosurgery to read it, because if they read it and go, oh my God, what's this? Then that's what the guy who's marking is going to think of it as well. So take your time with it and put a lot of effort into it, and be honest, and make sure you show development people, not just your mate who's good at English, but also a neurosurgeon who knows what they really want to hear from a training. So these are like shortened descriptors. I think that there's something that used to give out. This is from 2016, so it might have changed. But I just wanted to use it to show how easy it is to bump up. Like if you get a second class degree, it's 1 point. But if you get a first class degree, it's 2 points. And you can see how small and when people are marking thousands or hundreds of applications, they're just using these descriptors as a way of what do you call it? Just quickly going through it. So they're not going to look for details and stuff like this. So if you've got whatever degree it is, it doesn't say it has to be neuroscience. It doesn't say it has to be surgery. You can have a degree in psychology, but if it's a first, you'll get you'll get 2 points. And if it's a second, if you get if it's a second class in neurosurgery, you'll get 1 point. It doesn't matter what it's in, it's matter how well you've done in it. And that, because how well you've done in it just shows how hardworking you are. So that's what they're looking for with degrees other than medical sciences. Undergraduate research, make sure you've done a substantive role. Now, whatever role you play in it, make sure you when you are given a project, don't let it be that, oh yeah, you're going to be the guy who gets the references, because that's not a substantive role. That's you being someone's dog's body or whatever you call it. What you want to do is make sure that you are given a proper role at data analysis or study design or lead author or second author or whatever. So that, and when you write down an application form that you've done it, don't just say did a project, did it. You have to, if I'm marking it, I need to be able to say what was his role. And if you haven't put down your role, I can't give you that 2 points because you haven't put on that. Yes, it's a substantive role. So you make it easy for the examiner by make sure you don't do projects that are you just doing work for somebody else, and you do get acknowledgement. And secondly, when you write the application form, make sure you make it easy for the examiner to see how important your role was in the project. Elective, so just by doing something that's greater than 2 weeks or doing more than one elective or more than one placement in neurosurgery, you can, or more than one attachment, you can jump from getting 1 point to 2 points. None of you guys should be here, because why shouldn't you get this easy mark? So it's 2 week attachment, several attachments. That's what the difference between one mark is. Or you can go and do a degree. So it's easy marks, and you've got to pick and choose where you're going to get the easy marks. Organization and leadership. This is something that throughout your undergraduate career you should have been working at. Try and be a chair, secretary, be part of a committee. It could be like you're part of a badminton committee and you organize you're the social secretary, but that's still a secretary of a committee. So try and big it up. Don't play yourself down, because that's how you're going to try and put it up. It's difficult to become national leaders, but you guys are already like the chair of the NANSIG is quite a big thing. So you've already scored 3 parts there. And then then you also got to think about how can you get into that role. So how can you get in the Scones role? How can you get in the Collins role, so that you can then click that third box, and are there any other roles out there for you? And then psychomotor. No one should have 0 points. It's practical and psychomotor skills, because if you don't have any, you shouldn't really become a neurosurgeon, I guess. But evidence of active involvement in sports, so that's easy. You just go and join a club for a bit while you're in university. You can join our class or our club, or become part of, and it says technology there as well. This is easy things to do it at a high level. So this is what I think Colin was alluded to. My thing was martial arts. I love martial arts, been doing it all my life. And after I got black belts and doing national competitions, so this was easy for me to do. And once you do national competitions, you've got these 3 marks. And you didn't have to be brilliant. I didn't win a national competition, but you just were part of it and part of the England team. So you just try and work. It's difficult to get the national, granted, but there's no reason why you guys shouldn't be able to get to regional sports levels at anything and then get this mark as well. And it's good for your health and work-life balance to have something other than neurosurgery to go and punch a punch bag or have a fight with, have a sparring match with somebody. So that any sort of animosity with colleagues, you can relieve on some person outside of neurosurgery. Next thing is teaching. Everybody should do some teaching. It's part of, as a consultant, it's the hardest part I've found since I've become a consultant, because you have to suddenly allow people to do stuff in front of you that you know you can do better, and that you know that you can do in half the time, but someone allowed you to do it, and that's why you're able to learn, and someone taught you. That's why you are where you are at the moment. So you have to sort of take that step back, and it was really hard for me to do as a new consultant, because I felt like always just jumping in. And that sort of early stages, I used to teach Kung Fu, and I did some teaching for medical school, and I did some teaching for tutors and stuff. And I think the skills that I picked up as a training and teaching at that level has helped me transition as a consultant to help me teach in theatre as well. And maybe taking some of the strike hard, strike first, Cobra Kai mentality into theatre wasn't the best idea. And maybe some of my trainees think I'm a bit harsh, but you develop your own way of teaching, but it's good to start developing early, but also have feedback, also have proof of it, and also have ways of being able to put it on the paper that sounds good. I taught on a course for 3 years, once every month, to medical students, and I was awarded instructor level competencies. That sounds so much better than me and my mates met in the library once or twice a week. Yeah, you got to think about how you're going to be able to communicate this on a piece of paper. Need to make it easy for the examiner to give you the marks, basically. Publications, try your best to get it first off if you can. It's not essential, but and optimize use of time. Don't go chasing after that and not thinking about presentations, nothing about quality improvement projects, nothing about audits. There's a whole vast of things for you to look at here, and make sure you don't just spend your time on one bit of it. You need to look at all of it. And spending 5 years trying to get 1 point here would be a second author on a published paper, whereas you could have spent 6 months on that, 6 months on this, and 6 months on this, and still got 1 point on each and not missed out on stuff, or even get 2 points here or 3 points if it's an oral presentation. You've got to think, how am I gonna best utilize my time to make sure that I'm filling as much of the boxes as I can and getting as much of the points as I can. Talked about shortlisting already. The interview formats changed this year, so it's 2 interviews, 1 clinical scenario, two trainees, 1 management scenario. These are typical for any interview that you have post. You'll always get these 2 in consultant interviews. You get it in registrar interviews. You get it in any interview that you do. Anytime you always get a clinical scenario station. You always get a management station. They're very typical questions, and you should always. And you don't want to sound like you're giving a typical answer, but you don't want to sound like someone who hasn't prepared. And that's a hard balance to get. But although it's easy, there's courses you can go on, and there's things you can do just to be well versed and practice, just so that you're in there, you can be relaxed and not have to worry about it. When it comes to clinical scenario, it's helpful to have done placements in neurosurgery and be on call with the neurosurgeon, because the only thing they're going to ask you is stuff that's related to on-call sort of acute things. They're not going to ask you about what is the histopathological difference between a hemangioparasitoma and a meningioma, because that's not what they're going to ask you. What they're going to ask is this hematoma extradural, how would you manage it? And if you've done on-call with a registrar for 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to know. If you haven't, you're going to just stand there looking like a muppet. And so that's why it's important to try and do placements with a registrar. And the management side, you can look up and read about that. Tips of the trainee. So neurosurgical training, I'm sure, as Catherine said already, is vast and amazing. And as a trainee, it's brilliant, because it's funny. All the way through my training, I was doing everything. So I was doing endoscopic surgery, I was doing MVDs here, I was doing tumor surgery, I was doing whatever came. I just went and knocked on the door and said, can I please do it? And then if you get competent enough, the surgeons allow you to do it. And if you just hang around them for a bit, and they will believe in you and trust in you, and you develop over time, then people love to teach you and love to watch you do things. It's quite rewarding as a consultant to see that you've taught someone and they now can do the surgery that you, when you first saw them, wouldn't even know how to open the skin, and now they're doing the most complex, like, surgery of the brain or whatever. So you could, as a trainer, you get to do loads. You get to play with loads of different toys, and you're not confined to one part of the body. So you go in the head, you have to do peritoneal, you have to do posterior cervical, you have to go in for the lumbar. There's multiple different approaches and multiple different tools. There's a great vast number of people that you integrate with and to interact with, and each person has got their own little nuances and own little traits that you just learn to get on with, and everybody's the same level of high achieving sort of intelligent mindset. So you can just, it's a joy to be in this environment, surrounded by the people that you environment. And I think it's a great career. One of the things that you have to keep in mind, though, is that it's now not, there's sort of the concept of general neurosurgery has disappeared, and everybody goes into these super specialties, and you have to think, what super specialty do I really want to do? There's no such thing, I want to be a neurosurgeon anymore. You got to think to yourself, I want to be a neurosurgeon, but which aspect of neurosurgery do you really want? And it's hard because you don't know. So you don't know which aspect of neurosurgery you might want to be interested in, but you have to start, you can become a consultant, and you have to sort of hone yourself into one area. And the challenges of the trainee is to understand how to get through all this. So the logbook, getting the numbers that you need is difficult. Trainees are struggling at the moment because of COVID. No one's really getting the operative cases they need. There's a set number of index cases that you have to get through, which if you don't get, you can't pass it and become a CCT. Every year you have to do quite a lot of work to get through your yearly appraisal. You have to do A&E neurology and critical care as part of your rotations, and everybody has to do fellowship. And even after you do the fellowship, nowadays about 50-odd people who have fully done all they can, publications, best CVs in the world, fellowships, 1 or 2 fellowships, and there's just no job for them. So they've come to the end of everything, 10, 12 years of training, and there's no job for them. And that's neurosurgery, unfortunately, at the moment. And when you look at neurosurgery as a career, you've got to think that could be you. The people that are there now didn't think it would be them. You know, you're gonna, and what that brings me to is, it's one of these things, this point at the bottom, is neurosurgery the best path to do what you want to do? So if you want to do endoscopic surgery in the nose and go and take opportunities, do you really need to go through all the neurosurgical training and then have to be hired in one of the 25 or neurosurgical centers? Or do you want to go through ENT and then do a fellowship in pituitary surgery and then in Melbourne or something, and then come back to the UK and then work as a pituitary surgeon, which is you always wanted to do, but also be an ENT trained person that can get a job in much more centres. So you've left yourself the opportunity to work in a lot more centres. And if you have the opportunity then to get a pituitary job, you get a pituitary job. Whereas if you work in neurosurgery, irrespective of how good you are, how amazing you are, or whatever, you're going to have to just work in one of the neurosurgery centres. So if you want to be a spinal surgeon, do you really have to go through neurosurgery? Because you could go through orthopedics and then go to orthopedic spine for 1 year, and then you suddenly, everybody says you're a complex spine surgeon. It doesn't matter that it doesn't matter that you haven't done any spine journey orthopedic surgery training. You do 1 year fellowship as a spinal surgeon and you're a complex spine surgeon, and then you could do the same amount of complex spine surgery apart from intradural tumors as a neurosurgeon can. So if you're interested in fixing the spine, the scoliosis and spinal surgery, then maybe you want to go through the orthopedic pathway and then do a spinal fellowship and then go into complex spine that way. So depending on what you want your end point to be, you've got to think, is neurosurgery your best path, especially given the pressures and jobs at the end of it? And I'm not trying to put anyone off, because I don't think any of this would have put me off, because I've always wanted to be a neurosurgeon. But I wasn't mindful of the fact that there are other paths to becoming the surgeon that you want to be. And it's not necessarily always through neurosurgery. And I know it's sometimes difficult that you've had your mind on something like neurosurgery and you think you're good enough and you think you're smart enough and everything, that you tell yourself that I'm not going to do it. But isn't it, I believe it's even smarter to think, what is actually the best for me in my long run for the 30 years I'm going to be a consultant? Is it that being a neurosurgeon is the best for me? Or is it that I'm going to be a plastic surgeon who does all the sort of minute microsurgery of reconstruction, the nerves in the hand and this at the other end, can do lots of the stuff like flaps and anastomosis and all the sort of microsurgical things that we love, but also have a hell of a lot of private work in the private sector and drives 4 Porsches. So is it worth doing neurosurgery and begging for a job, or is it worth doing plastic surgery and just and doing the same, having the same skill set? And so you have to work out what you want. And I would have still been a neurosurgeon, but I'm just asking you guys individually to think, what is it that I want the end goal to be, and then go towards that rather than just thinking I have to be a neurosurgeon. What I always say to people is that anatomy is fundamental to be a good neurosurgeon. I don't believe you can be a good neurosurgeon without knowing your anatomy. The different people say different ways of how you become good at your anatomy. I think the guys who trained in the past did so much surgery that they were in the head so much that they just learned their anatomy on the job, and it's like the back of their hand. It's like walking to school from your home. You've done it so many times, you just know the route. And I think that's the way it is for the old school neurosurgeons, and because they just did so much of it that they just learned it like a map, and that's why they're so good at it and they just find their way around. Unfortunately, irrespective of who you are, you're going to not have the same level of training and the same level of experience that Mr. Jenkins had when he first became a neurosurgeon, because it just doesn't happen anymore, which means that you have to then add to it somehow. And how do you add to it? How do you gain your experience, and how do you sort of enhance the experience that you have? And the way I do that is by going to cadaver courses as many times as I possibly can, reading textbooks before every single surgical procedure that I went in to see, attend as many courses as I can, attend the SBNS and listen to how neurosurgeons talk and what's important to them. And more than anything is that always, if I've got nothing else to do that's urgent, just hang around in theatre, watch half of this operation, watch half of that operation, watch a little bit of this operation. I don't have to be scrubbed up, I don't have to be, but I'm gaining experience, because I'm not going to be allowed to do that operation because another registrar's in there or another SHO's in there. But there's no reason why I can't stand there and listen to Mr. Jenkins tell one of the registrars, what the hell are you doing that for? You should do it this way. then if I've learned that by the other guy getting told off, it means that the next time I do it, I'll do it right the first time, and hopefully he'll think, oh, this guy's good. But it's not. I'm not good. I've just learned when he's shouted at the other guy. So you've learned from someone else's mistakes, and the only way you can do that is if you just be around all the time, learn how preferences are, learn different approaches are. So that's a massive tip from me, and just hang around with the person that you see as a mentor. I've said this many a time. Mr. Jenkins is one of my mentors. I was lucky enough to be hang around him for so long that he's unfortunately now sharing an office with me. That's real stalking. So Colin, I hope to see you in my office in 10, 15 years time. The other thing to say is always set yourself goals beyond the ARCP, because the ARCP is the baseline. It's like if you want to just pass your driving test with 15 minors and no majors, but it doesn't mean you're a good driver. Yeah, of course, that's what the LCP is. But if you want to be a good driver, you're going to have to do that advanced driving course. You're going to have to go on the rally course. You're going to have to go on the skid pan. And you've got to think to yourself, how do I become better than just the guy who got 15 minors and passed the LCP? How do I improve my CV every year beyond the person next to me? What makes me better this year than last year? And how am I better than average? Because that's what I want to be. There's no point in me doing this job if I'm just going to pass and come through at the other end as an average surgeon, because that's no one ever wants to achieve that. And that can't be something you think about at the end of your career. I'd be thinking something you think about every year of your life. How am I better than the guy next to me now today? And it's not a competition, but it's just a way of making sure that you don't ever settle for average, because I think that's a detriment to everybody. You should never just settle for average. And at the end, I think the last thing to say is that I couldn't do anything I'm doing without the support networks that I have. I've got a multitude of friends that are lifelong friends that I trained with. The guy that I trained with all through my career, a guy called Arthur Dalton, I still call him when I have done something that I shouldn't have done, or had a complication that I wish I didn't have, and he's still the guy that I bounce off, and he does the same to me. He'll call me and say, oh, this has happened and that's happened, and he's still the guy that and talking and having a friend, having a colleague, Mr. Jenkins, who I share office with, and just bouncing ideas off, and the people that you're surrounded by become your support network, and utilizing them as a means to vent, as a means to discuss, as a means to motivate you is essential. Don't consider yourself an island, consider yourself a group, a family, and that's the way you can enjoy every day, and also make sure that you have the support to get through the stresses, to get through the training, and to also make sure you're not falling behind. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hussain. I really appreciate the talk. It's a very intricate process, and I think it sounds like it requires more than its fair share of commitment and dedication. But once again, thank you so much for giving up your time to speak for us today. Just got a few questions coming in from the chat, so I'm just going to get them on my phone because there was quite a few. So do you think, one person's asking, do you think there'll be adjustments to the application system in the future to acknowledge the kind of lack of opportunities that students have had due to, say, electives or special student selected components being, cancelled due to COVID?
You would hope so, but I don't know if there will be, to be honest. I think that you can still do placements if you want right now. So, and I think when the first lockdown, when we had the first sort of lockdown in March, April time, we were told that clinical observers and medical students weren't allowed to come to our placements. But in the second lockdown, that's not happened. We've still got clinical observers and we still have medical students. So I don't know if that's been, I don't know about other universities and stuff, but now at Newcastle University, they haven't stopped people coming to us. So I don't know if they're good, and medical students are still going to clinical attachments. Is that not right? Yes.
I think it depends. A lot of lectures have been cancelled, but people can still do local.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you have to, and you look, it says 2 weeks and it says multiple attachments. So you might not be able to do I think you've got to be wary of the fact that you just rely on the fact that it's not going to be counted, because there's going to be a guy like you, Connor, who then goes and finds a way of doing one, and then you're going to look better on the CV. So I don't. So I think you're going to have to find a way of doing these. What do you call? Even if it's just an observership for a week, or even if it just shows some interest for a couple of weeks here and there, I think you can't count on the fact that they're going to take that out. I don't think you can.
Yeah, really good advice. And I think, as we said right at the start, there are also various opportunities virtually as well, with UCL offering some, and Intersurge as well. So Very great. Connor's just on the phone with our next speaker. But in the meantime, the next question from our side is, if you didn't get in during F2, would you recommend going for core surgical training or taking an F3 year and trying again the next year?
I would do whatever gives you placements that you like. The benefit of doing core surgical training is that you might like, especially that you other than neurosurgery, and then you're already in a training program, which means that then you can just follow through and go and join ST3, ST4, and in a different specialty. So if you do core surgical training and you do ENT or plastics or whatever, and you say, I really like this, actually, if you forget neurosurgery, that means you've already done the training. Whereas if you go F3, you have to then go to core surgical training. So if it was me, I would choose something that gives you, and also sometimes some deaneries and some TPDs, which are training program directors, can recognize some of the placements that you've done on core surgical training programs. So if you've done an allied surgical specialty, A&E in CST1, and then you can become ST1 in neurosurgery, you can use some of that experience towards your neurosurgical training. And if a TPD agrees it, then you don't have to do them rotations again. But it has to be in a training program. So if you do it as an F3, that's not a training program. Whereas if you do it as part of core surgical training, then it can be counted as part of ISCP and be counted if the TPD allows it towards your training. So that's what the benefit is. I would always say it's more beneficial. There's nothing wrong with doing F3, but it's more beneficial to have a go training program.
Perfect. Following on from that, the question is, can people choose to get into neurosurgery as an S3, or do they have to apply for ST1?
Getting in ST3 is almost impossible. I think there's one job each year, and even then, the people that can apply for that is vast, and there's loads of people who will apply for that job. And so the chances of you getting in for ST3 year is going to be almost impossible, and it's going to get worse over the coming years because there's loads of ST1s and 2s out there who are going to just move on to ST3. So the chances of there being ST3 posts, and there's like 50 postgraduate, post-CCT people who are looking for registrar posts, which means if there are any gaps in registrar posts, they're just being taken up by these senior regs. And you can imagine that neurosurgeons would rather have a senior reg than have someone who doesn't know anything about neurosurgery coming in. So I just think that trying to play that card is going to be difficult. I think you need to try and get an ST1. I mean, it's not impossible, but I think it's going to be difficult.
Perfect. And just while we're still waiting for the next speaker, do you mind if I ask you a few more questions?
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect. So another question that just came up is, how would you approach a situation where you're talking with a consultant or a senior reg about publication and you want to put yourself as first, but you don't know how to approach that conversation?
You have to have done the work. You can't just say, I want to be first author on that. So if this is your idea, I mean, if you go and speak to, I don't think consultants care if they're first author or not. I think the consultants probably just want to be at the end, because they don't need it. They're just happy to be at the end of the paper. And if you go and speak to the consultant and it's your idea and you're doing the majority of the work, then it's fair for you to then say, you have to just be fair. It's fair for you to say, consider this my idea, consider I'm doing most of the work here. Do you mind if I would be first author? And you just outline it right at the beginning. But however, if you then have asked the registrar, can I join your project? And then you go and say, can I be first author? That's a bit difficult because that's his idea and it's his work, and he's sort of allowed you to be part of it. And it does. And some registrars might have 50 publications, so they might not care. But some registrars will be like, well, look, I need this as well for my CCT. So you have to find balance and just have to acknowledge the fact that everybody's after the same thing. And if you just be fair with your request, I think most people, if they're decent people, and most people are, will understand that you're doing most of the work and you're doing most of the write-up, then this should be yours. I think it's Absolutely. Very rare that you get in London. People, I've trained at Imperial College, and in London, people will actually step over their best friend and stamp on his head to go and get something. And that's what London's like. And I don't care what anybody says. That's what my experience was. Because London's is cutthroat. As soon as you leave London, it's not that bad. People do work together, and people are happy to say, "Oh, why don't you be first off on that one? I'll be first off on that one, and we'll do these projects together." Do you know what I mean? And then in the number of projects you get done between 3 people who are working together, and then you go all just share, like, all right, you'll be first over there. It works much more nicely. So yeah, it depends on which environment you're in. But I think if you just work nicely with people and talk nicely with people, I think it works all right.
Amazing. Another question. In terms of your teaching experience, does it have to relate to medicine, or can it be outside of medicine?
It can be anywhere. I did Kung Fu, I did tutoring. It doesn't have to be medicine at all. It just has to be structured, has to have some evaluation, has to have some proof of it, and you can't have made it up. Like, obviously, and that's how you get the scoring points. And it has to be something regular. It has to be something that's happened over time. And if you can do something like become an instructor on ATLS or ALS, or even do BLS training at your local mosque or something, or I don't know what it is, but it's something structured, something that you're getting regular sort of attendance for, something that you can get feedback from. Because you imagine it's only 1 point you're talking about, 1 or 2 points you're talking about, so it doesn't have to be extensive essay about exactly what you've done, but you've got to have to be able to something like this, have substantive backup from, and just take it. And it's enjoyable, man. Just choose something that you enjoy doing. That's the key thing, really.
Amazing. Last question, and then I'll try and help Connor out with his tech issue. In terms of maximum training that you can have in neurology and neurosurgery, is it still 12 months, or are we allowed, or are people allowed to go beyond that?
I've looked at the one I've just looked yesterday on the York and Homicide person specification, and it said 12 months for neurology, neurosurgery, and neurointensive care. I don't know if that's going to change, because maybe some people have been stuck into in a post because of COVID and haven't been able to rotate or anything like that. So there may be some flexibility there for next year. I don't know. I don't understand. I do understand why they've got it there, because I don't want people applying with 5 years of experience to be put up against people like who are an F2. Yeah, that's not fair. That's the reason why that's there. It's not fair for someone who's got vast experience to be put up against F2, because F2's got no chance. So that's why they have that limitation as ST1. You could have fellows from India or professors in India applying for ST1 place, and it just wouldn't be a fair interview. So that's why they have to have that like barrier. But sometimes it does mean that, like, I've got a trainee with SHO with me at the moment who's done a year, and now he's going off to do emergency medicine because he doesn't want to overdo the year time that he's got. And it's like, well, he's such a good trainee that you would benefit from staying in neurosurgery, and you would just make him a better candidate. But he's had to leave because he doesn't want to put himself out of a contention for a training place. So it does have its pros and cons, and I do understand the frustration of it.
Perfect. Thank you so much for answering the questions and bearing with us. While we try and get Professor Hutchinson into this meeting, and thank you so much for taking your on-call day to come and talk to us.
Both me and Mr. Jenkins is on call as well. We're both on call.
It's amazing.
We're multitasking. This is what it's like to be a neurosurgeon. You don't stand still. You're saving lives in one set. No, anyway, I've got to go. So thanks very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr.
See you
Hussain.
later.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. See ya. That's it. Bye, Catherine.
Right, everyone. So sorry about that. So we're just our next speaker is supposed to be Professor Hutchinson, but I'm just we're having a similar issue with Mr. Jenkins getting him into the room. So if you guys bear with me, but what we're going to do in the meantime, while we resolve that, is we've actually got one of our next speakers has submitted a video presentation because she's on call at the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery in London, and she couldn't be with us today, but she submitted a recording of her talk. So I'll quickly introduce her, play the video, and we'll hopefully have Prof. Hutch with you shortly. So it's Linda D'Antona is a hydrocephalus research fellow at the Department of Neurosurgery at the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery at University College London. She's also published work in JAMA Neurology, the Journal of Neurosurgery, and Neurosurgery. So I'm just going to play her video for you. Just going to, if I can get it up. One second. And just let me know if this works, guys. So can you all see that? Okay.
I'm also finally a PhD student at UCL, and I'm hopefully going to submit my thesis in the next couple of months. I was really happy to be being invited to give this talk about starting out in academia. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person due to unforeseen circumstances, but I'm really happy to be contacted, and you'll find my email address at the end. So if you have any specific questions about starting out in academia or anything I'm going to be saying, please contact me. I'll be happy to answer. So I'll show you the outline of my talk. we'll start off talking about what does a clinical academic do. I just wanted to outline that there are very different types of academic activities. The two types of academic activities we're most used to hear about are clinical research, so research that's conducted with patients in the clinical setting, and the basic science and laboratory research, which are not directly performed with patients, but have great impact in translation research and with the way we manage patients in the clinical practice. There are other two types of academic activities, which I think are also very important, and in particular, training and teaching. Anyone who does academic, who has an academic career, will at some point be involved with training and mentorship of younger aspiring academics. And being a good trainer and being involved in teaching activities is a big part of academic activities. Also, very importantly, I think, often quality improvement projects are overlooked because, of course, there is a clear distinction between audits and research, as we all know. However, I found in my personal experience that, especially for a young aspiring academic, good quality improvement project can actually make a massive difference. And in particular, if they are conducted well, they can improve patient care, and they can give you a lot of research output that you can use for your CVs, and it can help you build experience in the academic field as well. So it's something that you should always keep in mind when you want to start a new project. There are so many activities around academia. I just put down some of them, but really there are so many things you end up doing when you are in the academic field. And if a clinician who has a very balanced life and has the ability to balance life and work well is supposed to spend about a third of his day doing clinical activities, a third of his day for essential activities like sleeping, eating, and a third for family, friends, and hobbies. I'm not sure who these clinicians are, because actually I find it quite challenging even before being a clinical academic. But when you become a clinical academic, you have to squeeze a big chunk of activities in the same 24 hours, and it will inevitably eat up on the time you can spend for other things, and in particular, family, friends, hobbies, and essential activities. So time management becomes essential when you are an academic clinician. But how do you start an academic career? So, as many of you will know, there are the NIHR, Integrated Academic Training Pathway, offer the opportunity of getting posts where you get dedicated academic time. You can get that at any stage of your career as an academic foundation program, when you're doing foundation program, in the first years of your a specialty training in the form of an ICF, or later stages as a clinical lectureship, or becoming a clinical senior lecturer of CCT. You can get these posts at any stage of your career. They're amazing because they give you dedicated academic time. You also have access to bursaries and funding opportunities to attend courses and to do any other things that might be related to your academic career. And they also give you access to specific academic training. So you will have access to courses and to teaching sessions to develop your academic skills, to learn how to use software, or to learn all the things that you need for your research. So they are really, really great opportunities. At the same time, they're extremely competitive, and the process is very difficult, and there is a very limited number of posts, and normally the competition is fierce. You will have to, and also the other important thing is that you will have to get the same clinical achievements as your colleagues at similar clinical stages, but you will have to achieve them in less time, because there will be a part of your time that will be dedicated to academic activities. And at the end of the year, not only you'll have to pass your ARCP, you'll also have to pass your academic ARCP. So you'll have to demonstrate that you've used your academic time wisely. This is one of the ways you can become an academic clinician. There are alternative ways, and you can actually be an amazing clinical academic without an IHR, integrated academic training pathway post. There are many clinicians who do amazing academic activities just performing standalone projects, and there are many examples of those. You might get involved with top degrees like intercalated or after medical school, like BScs, MScs, that can help you develop your academic skills. Probably the best to develop strong academic skills would be a PhD, and you can do that at any point of your career, really. And you can access PhDs through applying for grants or through applying for funded PhD positions. Of course, before jumping into doing a PhD, it's really important to understand if research is something that's for you, and it's very important also that you understand what's the type of research that you like the most. So maybe having an idea of whether you like clinical research or whether you're more into laboratory research would be really important for jumping into a PhD degree. So I decided to ask some of the young aspiring academics in my department what they thought was difficult about starting in academia. And I was quite surprised, but most of them, actually all of them, put at the first place not having the skills to be a clinical academic. In particular, they were worried because they lacked specific research skills like statistical analysis skills, literature search. They didn't know how to do well a critical appraisal, or they felt they didn't know enough about research design or about how to write a paper, or maybe they felt they didn't know how to use softwares which are essential for research, like references, statistical packages. Some also mentioned programming, which I can't do. And they found that there was a lot of self-learning required, and at the same time that they couldn't really, despite putting the time and the effort, they didn't feel prepared to become an academic and to start research projects by themselves. The second place, their concern was not being able to find the right project or idea. In particular, they found difficult the fact that they don't have enough clinical experience and research experience to formulate a good research idea. And at the same time, when they do have a research project or idea, they find difficult to predict whether the project would be good, how long it will take, whether it will be publishable, and whether it will give results in a timely manner for their CV. Third place was a concern of not being able to find the right mentor. They really struggled to find someone who would give them step-by-step instructions, someone who could regularly follow their progresses, or someone who could have ideas and the time to mentor them throughout the project and help them complete it. And finally, all of them said they didn't have enough time to do research, and they felt it took much longer than they thought. And that, of course, there were some time pressures about the research output they needed to have in order to get a good CV for their applications. So if we want to summarize the four main areas where they felt they needed support, or where they found difficulties about starting in academia, were the lack of skills, the difficulties finding the right project or idea, difficulties finding the right mentor, and time pressures. And I find this quite interesting because, of course, if you do find the right mentor, they will be able to help you find the right project and idea. And you don't really need to have that many skills because you will learn them on the job and your mentor will help you develop them. However, your mentor won't be able to help you much with the time. So you will have to put the time that's needed for you to learn these things and to progress with your project. So I think for anyone starting in academia, mentorship is a very, very important point, and finding a good mentor early, it's a very, very important factor to succeed. I then went around in my department and I asked mentors, so people, 8 active clinical academics that were from senior registrar to consultant level, what they thought on this topic, in particular if they found any common issues that they encountered when mentoring young aspiring academics, and if they had any specific tips, and if they thought that anyone should try to do research at some point. So it was really interesting to see how mentors actually put mentorship at the top list of the 4 priorities mentioned before. So what all of them said is that you can't succeed in academia if you do it on your own. And it's really unlikely that you will be a successful academic if you start without a good mentor. You have to try to identify a good mentor that could fit your needs based on the project, so on your clinical interests, on their expertise, and but also keep in mind that the relationship you have with that person will be important. So try to work with someone that you think you might like. And before approaching anyone for mentorship, document yourself. Try to understand whether they have a good research output, because people with a good research output are more likely to, you're more likely to get a good research output from a project with them. And check whether there is anyone else working in the same lab. Maybe there is a doctorate student, a postdoc, or many registrars that can be helpful and can help you in different stages of your project. And if you know anyone who's previously worked with that mentor, just ask their advice, see what was their experience, and try to understand whether they thought they had a good experience or not. And of course, if you try to contact people or get in touch with them and they don't reply to you, they probably don't even have time to be your mentor, so they're probably not the right person for you. Whenever you approach someone to ask to be your mentor, to help you on a research, find a research project, try to be concise and clear on what you want. So try to say clearly, I want to do this project because I want to learn this specific research skill, or because I need a number of publications for my application, or because I just want to learn about this topic. Try to be clear about what are your expectations. But most importantly, be there. So if you struggle to find someone to be your mentor, it's much easier for you to find someone suitable if you actually attend the word theater clinics and try to be there for them. So if you show your interest, this is going to be noticed and it's much more likely to be rewarded. The second, so out of the 4 main areas of difficulties, time was the second noticed by the mentors. So they noticed that, as the students said, that they realized that students and young researchers, they didn't really realize how long a project would take, and they were surprised to see that it would take much longer than they thought. They noticed that some young academics are a bit impatient, And I think if you are organized, if you start early, and if you discuss with your mentor to start with any project and try to understand a little bit better what's the time scale for a project to be complete, that's really important, because as I said, you need to make sure that whenever you take on a project or a research activity, you should make sure that you have the time to do it and that it meets your expectations. I'm just giving you an example, but even if you want to write just a simple retrospective case series, which is probably the easiest thing you may come across as a clinical academic, you will need the time to do the data collection analysis. And if you're working full time in a clinical activities, it will take a long time. Of course, it depends on the type of data collection you have to do and how much time you put in it, but it can take a very long time to get the data. And even when you have the data and you have analyzed them and you have good results, when you want to write up the paper, it's going to take at least 2 months if you're really fast to get a final version of the manuscript, because you have to think that it's not just the time that you will have to put to write it. And if you don't have experience, it's going to take a long time. But also it's the time that your supervisors and your mentors will have to put to revise the version, and this version will be circulated among different authors several times. So it will take at least 2 months for a final version of the paper to be ready. And when you send it for review, for peer review, a journal would take many months before getting back to you and telling you whether that's accepted or not. And even if it's accepted, it would take a few more months before it's actually published on a journal. So as you can see, even a simple retrospective case series is going to take several months. One of the students mentioned that they were really worried of not having the skills to be a good researcher. Actually, this was not a priority at all for most of the mentors, which I found really interesting, and I agree with this. So what they said is that the only skills required are honesty, willingness, and commitment. You will learn most of the things you need to know while you're working on the project, and believe me, you will learn a lot from each of them. And also, if you're really keen, even before starting any type of research activity and you want to learn about specific skills, I think the things that you might want to focus on are probably critical appraisal and literature search. So if you want to learn how to do these things, this is definitely something that's going to be helpful in any research activity you will do. Very, very useful resources can be found online through your university, and I found, in my experience, librarians amazing in helping develop these critical appraisal and literature search skills. Very important, sometimes young academics may not be aware of important research ethics aspects, in particular plagiarism and data protection. So it's really important to be familiar with that. And you can also start learning a little bit of statistics, try to start learning how to use a statistical package, but it's not really essential. These are all things you can actually learn while you do the project. I think if you want to learn some skills in advance, definitely critical appraisal and literature search would be the most important. And of course, being literate in the use of Excel, but I think all of you will be. And finally, mentors were not concerned about you not being able to find the right project or idea. In fact, you're not expected to have the clinical experience to generate a good research question. Of course, so if you don't have enough clinical experience, then your mentor will help you find the right idea, the right project, and then you can document yourself, decide if you like it, and see if you want to go ahead with it. If you do have the clinical experience, though, you can you can propose an idea, but just be ready to accept the fact that your mentor may give lots of suggestions or may change it a lot. And as I said, you will learn a lot as you do while you're doing the project, and you will get a lot of clinical knowledge. Of course, if you get some clinical exposure first, it will be easier for you to find a project and something that you like. So as I said, try to engage with the local units as much as you can. And then the other question that and that I asked to the supervisors was, should everyone try to do research at some point? And everyone said yes. But they didn't say yes because everyone should do research all the time, but just because it's really important for you to understand whether that's something you actually like. And if you understand this earlier, it's better, because of course that means you can spend more time doing that and building up your academic portfolio. It's really important to experience different type of research so that you can understand what you like, and you can learn skills that are really, really useful for a clinician. And of course, it's really good for your CV, but it shouldn't be the main motivation while you're doing it, even though I understand the struggles of getting good CVs for your applications and your future career. But if you really want to engage in academic activities, you will be much more successful if you are not just focusing on your CV. So these are my 10 top tips for aspiring academics. Try to, first of all, as I said, mentorship is really important. Try to find an active research group or mentor and try to engage with their activities. Point 2, essential for me, start small. So don't think that you can just start with a whole project all on your shoulder. You can't do that. You just need to start with small tasks. Maybe start with some data collection first, or maybe with a part of a literature search, or maybe you can start writing a part of a manuscript. But just don't think you can do everything from scratch with the first project. Just try to help someone else who is already conducting a project. It will be a very valuable experience because you will learn from that person and you will help that person achieve their goal with that project. So start small, and the more projects you get throughout the time, the more skills you will learn. So by the time you finish 2, 3, 4 projects, you will have lots of skills and you'll probably be ready to take a project on your own. Try to understand what you like. As I said before, try different things. See if you find more satisfactory doing clinical research. Maybe you're really into quality improvement projects or on teaching activities or lab research. So try different things and see what it is that you like the most. If you start from clinical exposure, is also very useful because you will understand better what are the clinical problems for that specific group of patients, and you will understand better why we're doing a specific project or specific research. It will be easier for you to be involved in the project as well. As I said, better if not just about CV building, even if I understand the struggles of getting better CVs. Another important thing, when you do get, if you finally find your mentor and you think you found a good idea for a project, try to check with your mentor whether this is right for your expectations. So be clear about what you want to get out of it, and hopefully your mentor should be able to guide you in the right type of project. Also very important, don't offer your time if you don't have it. Your mentor will put time to go through things with you, to explain you what they need you to do. Just don't waste their time. If you understand the time commitment is too much, then you should say it as soon as possible. And watch out for opportunities. In particular, I mentioned the Wellcome Trust, MRC. They offer very often. You can find the opportunities for PhDs and other type of grants, but also through university. And there are many other grant opportunities you might get. This is, of course, if you are really into research, and especially if you're considering to conduct a PhD. As I said, consider the NIHR pathways or a PhD. You can do a PhD at any stage, and I have to say that probably doing a PhD is the best way to really learn about how to be a good academic. And whatever you're doing, if you're doing any type of research, have fun while you're doing it, because if it's not fun, if it's just a burden on your shoulder, then it means you're not really doing it right. So there's so much about having an academic career. I'm just starting. I'm only about to finish my PhD, as I said, and there's so much more I need to learn myself. What I can tell you is that so far it's really, really hard. Like right now is is midnight, and I'm just recording this presentation because I haven't had time to do that before. So it's really, really hard, especially to manage to balance your clinical and academic commitments. It's quite difficult, but there is so much learning about it. You will learn a lot about how to be a good researcher, and you will learn so much about so many clinical information that will be useful to you as a clinician. And I think you'll see things differently. I noticed that as an academic, so since when I started doing research, I can find research opportunities or project opportunities almost everywhere. So you start, as I said, you start to see things differently, and it's quite nice. And I think it can make you a better clinician. You will understand better things. You will understand how decisions are made, and how to really apply academic knowledge on your clinical decision. And I found it an extremely fulfilling experience so far, and that's why I want to continue being an academic clinician. And it's a lot of fun as well. As I said, you'll get to travel a lot, attend different conferences, meet interesting people, and you'll make lots of friends. This is just a picture of my first international conference. This is part of the hydrocephalus research group at Queen Square, and being part of this team has really, really probably been the key point from which my academic career started. Thanks so much for listening. If you have any question, this is my email address. I'm really happy to take any question. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I hope you found this useful, and I wish you a great rest of the day.
Okay, without further ado, Mr. Dobson, over to you.
So yes, thank you so much for letting us present today. I'd like to just do a quick introduction to who Severn Healthcare Technologies are, and then look at one of our product groups for a short moment or two to let you see some of the products that we sell. My name is Andrew Dobson. I'm an area manager and business development manager for Severn Healthcare Technologies based in Newbury. What's Severn Healthcare? Well, we are actually a distributor of products to a number of markets, being neurospine, ENT, plastics, and reconstructive surgery. The beauty of being a distributor is that we're able to work with a lot of different manufacturing partners, and our ethos at Severn Healthcare is to bring best product to market so that we bring something innovative, something that really will make a difference for the neurosurgeons of the UK. It's a great position to be in because we're able to cherry pick the best products. Coupled with that, we are able to give best service to those surgeons with education, able to sponsor things like NANSIG, as we know that we want to develop the future neurosurgeons for tomorrow. Looking at our neurosurgical portfolio, we have a number of different products. We have, and from different manufacturers, we have a fantastic perforator. You saw in Mr. Asherpole's presentation earlier, those circular holes in the head. Those are often made by perforators. That's from our German manufacturer, Ivanos. We have, and again from Mr. Asherpole's presentation, you saw the plates and the screws, titanium plates and screws in place when you're putting the flap back on. We also have a product, Medprin, for dural patches when you're unable to repair the dura. Likewise, the top screen, you'll see lots of grids, strips, and electrodes. You've heard quite a few presentations discussing epilepsy. These are a product that we have from AdTech, which will allow research and monitoring of epilepsy in theatre, both intraoperatively and postoperatively. And on the bottom left, the big contraption that you see with a bit of metal and plastic is actually from a company called Electa, and that product is for stereotactic surgery, so that you can get sub-millimeter accuracy to where you put in some of these electrodes. The product I'm going to talk about in more in depth is on the bottom right, the purple bipolar forceps. I know that it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of experience of what goes on in neurosurgery, but bipolar forceps are a bread and butter product that every neurosurgeon will use in practically every surgery. And we are lucky that we're working with a fantastic company in America called Cogent. Cogent's relatively new, but the principles behind the company have come from another company and set up their own manufacturers and taken lots of experience with them. And coupled with that, all the experiences that have been fed back from neurosurgeons across the world to really evolve bipolar forceps so that they're slightly different to what is currently on the market. So our standard bipolars are called coags, Cogent AG, because of silver. So if you look at the little tips at the very end, those are silver coated. Now, looking at this, you think, oh, that's a nice simple thing. It doesn't take much to make that, but it's actually precision manufactured and engineered. You can see the silver coating around there. That is for non-stick. As you can imagine, working in the delicate structures of the brain, you do not want any forceps sticking and pulling and tearing any of the arteries or veins and causing more damage. These are all hand finished and can take up to about 6 weeks to manufacture. So there's an awful lot goes into them. That precision is carried through. From the surgeon's point of view, they want something that you, down the microscope, they can see the end of those tips very precisely. And because of that, we have a lovely thin coating so the surgeon can see it fantastically well through the microscope. And obviously they're working down deep dark holes, and you want them to be nice and thin. Again, this is what we've evolved with this product. Cogent's also a specialist manufacturer, and because of that, they have taken on board a lot of feedback that surgeons have given over the years, and they've developed a full range of different products. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to see a little bit of irrigation coming out. Those are our irrigated forceps to keep the tips cooler. On the right-hand side, focused, the silver coating isn't over the whole tip, just the interior side. And at the bottom, we have longer tips and longer bipolars for spinal surgery. If we take a little look at the focus in a bit more depth, you can see here, the silver coating is just purely on the internal side, not all the way around. Now that's important because when you're working in extremely fine areas, you can only pass the energy between the two silver electrodes rather than all the way around the tip. What that means, and I'll show you in a little video, this is our chicken breast. You'll see that these tips are silver all the way around, and you get a nice straight thin line, but it is round the tip. When we compare that to the focused, which you're about to see, you can see that the energy is only transmitted between the two, and it's a lot finer. So you can imagine when you're doing things around the optic nerve, for instance, you want something that's not going to fry an area that you don't want to. Moving on for irrigation, again, many surgeons' preference is to irrigate the area that they're using the bipolar forceps on. And again, I have a little video just to show you that. So the beauty of these forceps is that irrigant flows down the inner channel of the forceps and irrigates the area that you're actually working on. So it goes right to the very tip. And we'll see this here, a surgeon's working on a meningioma. So you can see there's not irrigant flying everywhere. It's very precise and very accurate where it's happening. It also means that there's no need to introduce another instrument into the surgical field to irrigate, and the view is obviously utmost importance. I hope that's giving you a bit of a flavour for what Severn Healthcare are all about. We're all about producing or bringing the best products to market for the surgeons to make their life easier and to help the surgery be the best it possibly can be, and obviously to help the outcome for the patient on the way. Thank you so much again for letting us come along today and speak. I hope next time we'll be able to do this over a coffee and let you actually get hands-on and have a little play with some of the products we've got. Thank you.
That was such an amazing talk. Just for all the participants' sake, I was just wondering if they did want to have a play around with these, obviously in a non-pandemic world, how would they reach out and who should they reach out to?
Yeah, I'm happy to send over my details as a first point of contact. We have a large network of sales reps throughout the country, and the local rep would be happy to come along and show the products that we've got here, or some of the products that we had in the first couple of slides as well. We'll have little sample bags, and we'd be happy to let you all have a little play with them and introduce those to you. Yeah.
Amazing. And this is an opportunity available for foundation doctors, core trainees, and even medical students if need be, right?
Yeah, we're happy to help out in any way. Yeah.
Perfect.
Certainly.
Yeah. So I can't stress enough. If you want to get involved in neurosurgery, play with the tools. So yeah, definitely get in contact with Seven and ask if they can come around to your local area to see what the tools are. They're actually really fantastic to use. Thank you so much.
Super. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Hope the meeting goes well.
Thank you. Moving on to our next sponsor, once again, a lifelong supporter of NANSIG. It's Medtronic, who are actually critical to our workshops as well as Arena to ensure that they go in a smooth fashion. So hopefully you'll see Medtronic and NANSIG working a bit closer in 2021 when everything is back up and running. But in the meantime, please is it a video, Connor, that we've got from them?
Yes, it's a really nice video we've got for you that the team at Medtronic have put together, and it's definitely not your standard sponsor video. I've taken a look at it, and it's about as close to virtual, like the real person experience as we're going to get. So definitely recommend you'll watch it. I'm just going to put it on now.
Today, our goal is to share with you the work we have been doing here in Alicante, thanks to the support of Medtronic. So let me start with case one, and this is assigned to Cristina Gomez. And this patient came to the emergency room. He is a 54-year-old female presenting with gait disturbance and headache. She has some right side hemiparesis, problems to write and to express herself properly, no other complaints, high blood pressure. So I showed the case to Cristina and I asked her these questions. So she answered that he thinks this is a left side superior parietal lobe lesion. It could be most likely a high-grade glioma. And she was planning to offer surgery to this patient because the patient is young, good health condition with a single brain lesion, and whole body CT scan is negative for other neoplastic things. So how she will perform it? He decided to do a parietal craniotomy under navigated conditions and intraoperative neuromonitoring. So let me highlight how we discuss the relevant surgical anatomy with Cristina. So we can have a look at the MRI, in which we have this lesion located in the superior parietal lobe. So this tumor is located mainly in this area. So you can see how close it is to lambda, anterior to lambda, and quite posterior to breccia. And the relevant surgical anatomy is the location of this tumor just medial to this sulcus here, which is the intraparietal sulcus, and posterior to the post-central sulcus, in close relationship with the central lobe, post-central gyrus, pre-central gyrus, and the supramarginal and angular gyri, which are just lateral to it. Important surgical anatomy is what's going on underlying the cortical surface. So here we have the white matter. This is a dissection of the white matter in which we have the cortical projections, the thalamocortical projections to the post-central gyrus, and the corticospinal tract, leaving the precentral gyrus and joining the corona radiata, finally the internal capsule. So these white matter fiber tracts are probably pushed anteriorly. How we can know that? We can do a DTI tractography, we can do a functional MRI in order to check that all these tracts are just anterior to the lesion we are going to deal with today. So how we can plan our anatomy, our craniotomy, as we said before, superior parietal lobe is quite posterior to breccia and a bit anterior to lambda. This is a dissection from our colleague Victor Fernandez, in which we can see the important craniometric points here. So then we go to our surgical intraoperative planning, and Christina was thinking to use neuromonitoring techniques after the craniotomy and to navigate the surface in order to identify the post-central sulcus and the intraparietal sulcus in relationship with this superior parietal oblation. Once we discussed the clinical stuff, the surgical anatomy with Christina, she wrote this fantastic surgical planning, and I'm very proud to say that the teaching director, the director of the training program, Javier Abarca, has put our residents to prepare a surgical planning like this for every single case. So Christina was planning to use and to perform a quite wide parietal craniotomy because she wanted to expose not only the tumor, but also the relevant functional areas. That's why she will use some Burr holes on the midline in order to extend the dural opening towards the interhemispheric fissure to have wide control of all these structures. Then she wants to navigate in order to check where the relevant anatomy is located. And finally, she will do some direct cortical and subcortical stimulation before removing that tumor. And in this sense, let me ask Kemal, because he's the expert on high-speed drills, after understanding the kind of craniotomy that Christina wants to do, I would like to know your opinion about which tools and attachments she could make use of. Kemal.
Thank you ever so much, Pablo, and thanks for your kind words. But I just wanted to say it's a total privilege for me to be working with yourselves and other colleagues too. So thank you so, so much. We talk to our residents and we show them various options for Burr holes. So let me very briefly summarize this. First, we showed the matchhead tool. I've got one connected here, and I also have a picture. On the left, there's a matchhead tool being used for Burr holes, and on the right is the shape. Matchhead tools are typically 3 millimeters diameter, elongated shape, dissect better on the side. They're more efficient, but more forgiving on the tip. So if I just bring this over, put it to full speed, applying very gentle forces only, you can make the Burr hole, remembering that the tip is the most forgiving part. In fact, I have confidence to even run this at 75,000 RPM on my finger. You may think I'm crazy, but I know that the tool on the tip is pretty forgiving, not on the side, mind you. So we showed the example of a matchhead. Once again, the tip is more forgiving than the sides. Very gentle forces only. Whenever one's not sure, stop and check, irrigate, and ensure that everything is done to 100% perfection, 100% of the time. We also showed, so let me just move on, another type of tool for freehand Burr holes, and I'm just going to change over. These are called the acorn tools. Acorn because the acorn tools have the shape of a seed from the oak tree. There's an acorn being used there for a Burr hole. Here I'm connecting a 5 millimeter acorn, and as you saw from the picture, these are larger tools, 8 cutting flutes, but once again, the tip is the more forgiving part. So Christina and other colleagues were given the option to use this also. The way to use these tools is by a stirring motion. But acorns, and I'll just go to a bicortical sectional bone, acorns exhibit a characteristic called chatter. If you probe very gently into the bone, when the tip is about to exit cortex, you feel and you could hear a characteristic sound called chatter. Some surgeons use this because it tells them where they are in a bone structure. Whenever you're about to exit cortex, the chatter is most pronounced. So what these surgeons do, they use a series of stirring motions and occasionally probing motions, listening for the chatter. Some surgeons not so keen on chatter, in which case they will just be stirring instead of using the probing motion. So this is the second option we showed, the acorn tool. Let's move on, because time's moving on fast, to one more option for burr holes, the frequently used ball tool or round tool. On the left, you can see that these have 8 cutting flutes. In this case, the flutes are helical. Once again, more forgiving, more benign on the tip. As you can see, the flutes are deeper on the side, so more efficient. And we showed Christina and other colleagues the ball tool also. So just connecting up the ball tool, slide always the attachment onto the motor collet, click the tool into position and lock. By the way, for demonstration's sake, I've just taken off my face mask and I've just taken off gloves, simply because I'm demonstrating. But normally, of course, you would make sure you've got your face mask, gloves, safety glasses, and so on. So this is a ball tool with ball tools similar to the acorn, a stirring motion. And again, the tip is the more forgiving part. Keep that pointed towards delicate regions. Very gentle forces only. Remember, let the motor do the work, minimize forces. Okay, moving on. These are free-hand burr holes. You can make burr holes. No picture here, I'll demonstrate this live, using a perforator. In this case, we've got a chuck connected with a Hudson tip. The perforator fits inside, always a gentle tug for safety. This is not a high-speed device anymore. It's turning at 1000 RPM, and apply 90 degrees to the bone. When you push, the clutch is engaged, the burr hole is made, and the clutch is disengaged, and it stops drilling. In this case, low speed, and some forces are applied onto the skull in this technique. And when you've finished, take off the perforator, remove the attachment. So all our residents were shown these. We showed them 1 or 2 other techniques too. Let me just show you the picture. Tools for suture holes. These tools are particularly fine. We call them micro-dissecting tools. And let me connect up one live. There's the attachment. This one's a shorter attachment. It's only 7 centimeters. It's a finer attachment. The bore is thinner. Stick that into the motor collet and lock. Notice just how fine this is. Extra care has to be taken because this may fracture if large forces are applied. So very gentle probing forces only should be used. Okay, and as we showed earlier, let me just go back to it. You can use these tools for suture holes. You could go straight through, angled, L-shaped, and so on. So again, our residents we showed and emphasized that these are delicate tools, only 1.1 millimeter. Bone kerf is just over 1 millimeter, so the bone loss is minimal. And finally, everyone, before I pass you back to Pablo, most importantly, or the all-important footed attachment or craniotome. Let me first show you the anatomy. We're going to use, and in fact, we showed our residents the medium-sized normal adult craniotome or footed attachment. Notice the leg. The leg is thinner than the tool, helps to maneuver. The foot is there to protect the underlying dura. The toe should maintain contact with the underside of bone, and that requires a very gentle upward force with a slight angle back so that the toe is caressing the bone at all times for maximum safety. Let me connect live. Just get my tool. In this case, we go the other way around. Hope everyone's still happy watching. Tool into the motor collet, nice click. Craniotome or footed attachment into position. 1/4 turn to lock. I double check it's locked. We're ready to go. In normal use, as we said, a slight angle back, keeping that toe touching the underside of bone is best. So you're most protective. If there are irregularities in the bone, you may need to do a slight, I don't know what you call it, a can opener kind of motion to keep that toe touching at all times and to help make good progress. So we explained all these tools, and just one last comment, everyone, before I pass you over to Pablo. Sorry, I'm talking too much, by the way, Pablo, but we're nearly ready to go on. I hope everyone could see here, there is a little bump on the craniotome. Put the finger there. That will tell you the forward direction. Surgeons tell me they find this very useful because if you forget that, sometimes you don't make progress because you forget the forward. So put fingers, or one finger rather, or perhaps even your thumb over the brow bump to guide you in the forward direction. And finally, these are Finesse instruments. As we've always said, they're high power, high speed, high torque. Use the fine muscles to get the maximum tactile feel. You don't want to do this. There's no need. Getting the most tactile feel, as we explained to our residents, with fingers is the best way. Thanks ever so much. Back to Pablo. Thanks ever so much for listening, everybody. I really look forward to your session now, Pablo.
Thank you so much, Kemal. So I cannot wait to see how Christina is taking advantage of all these tips and tricks. And let's see how she's performing the craniotomy and how she's approaching that tumor with a very special assistant who is our chief resident, Enrique Luna. So let's see how she's doing. And if you agree, Kemal, we can comment on the use of—
Oh, yes, please. Thank you very much.
Irrigation instrument. It looks like she's taking some measurements from Bregma and Lambda and using the navigation device in order to mark the main part of the tumor. She's designing where to place 2-3 bar holes in the midline. It looks like a couple of bar holes in the lateral aspect. She's planning to do a wide craniotomy.
Okay, so is that a ball tool I see, Pablo?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, fantastic. And I noticed the tip was pointing down, which is great. And that looks like a 5mm acorn. And again, she's using stirring motions, gently making progress and stopping and checking. Good.
We cannot hear the sound, but I'm sure she used the chatter.
Sure. Again, I'm delighted that she's pointing it downwards where the tip is most protective. Very nice. I've got my glasses on too.
That's the match head. And look at, she started in the lateral aspect with the lateral bar holes. And now she's moving to the midline, which is quite safe because there we have the superior longitudinal sinus. That's why she's using the microscope to magnify the view.
Yes. And she's using lots of irrigation, so useful, washing away the debris, keeping the bone cool, helping with this visualization.
She's finally taking now the inner cortical layer of the bone. So it should be there, the superior longitudinal sinus, and we can have a view from inside how she's doing that. Dissecting, very important to dissect the sinus there in order to not to damage it. So this is a very helpful maneuver. So doing this 360 degrees dissection downward, so we can see how it is dissecting the external aspect of the dura mater. And this is very smart. It's important to use the craniotome, first of all.
Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a pleasant meal and I hope you enjoyed watching these various demonstrations of very crucial neurosurgical equipment. We've now entered the oral presentation stage of our conference, and we have 5 very exciting oral presentations to showcase to all of you. The first case is by Michal Kauka. I'm just going to check that he's here. Yes, he is. And if I could just ask you to turn on your video, thank you. So his presentation is on traumatic brain injury related pediatric mortality and morbidity in lower middle income countries, and it's a systematic review. Really excited to hear this talk, Michal. Over to you.
Great, thank you very much, Soham, all the organizers for inviting me and for the very warm introduction. Let me just share my slides and see if it works, and then we can crack on. Can somebody just confirm to me that they can see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, great. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation and the introduction. Soham has kindly introduced the topic of the work. So for the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to be presenting our systematic review on traumatic brain injury related pediatric mortality and morbidity in low and middle income countries. And before we move on, I do not have any conflicts of interest pertaining to this presentation. So childhood injuries are the leading cause of death in children above the age of 1 globally. But 95% of that mortality is located in low and middle income countries. And that calculates to around 3 million cases of pediatric traumatic brain injury that occur worldwide each year. And there are studies that describe this pediatric traumatic brain injury on either local or national level. However, there haven't been a systematic review to determine the degree of mortality and morbidity of the PTBI. And understanding this is crucial for shaping public health policies that can be designed and tailored to local causative factors, and they can help prevent these pediatric traumatic brain injuries. So we aim to synthesize the reported morbidity and mortality outcome of pediatric traumatic brain injury in LMICs. And we wanted to characterize the causes of PTBI and their associated mortality and morbidity, as well as looking at the quality of the reported data. So in order to do that, we've conducted a systematic review according to the PRISMA guideline. And we've included 4 databases, Medline, Embase, Global Health, and WHO Global Index Medicus. In our study, we defined pediatric populations as anybody under the age of 16, and LMICs were the territories characterized as such by the World Bank criteria. Further inclusion criteria were the study design, which was either randomized and non-randomized control trial, cohort studies, case control studies, or epidemiological studies that reported on either prevalence or incidence. We've also limited our search to studies that had data from the year 2000 onwards, as we thought that because of the TBI definitions, the classifications change around that time, it would be important to make that cutoff. So then to analyze the data, we pulled the causes of mortalities in all the studies. We also assessed the quality of the studies, as I mentioned before. In order to look at the mortality, we calculated case fatality rate, which was the number of deaths from PTBI as proportion of all PTBI cases per 100 cases. And we also wanted to look whether there are differences in TBI severity levels, and these were classified according to Glasgow Coma Scale as either mild, moderate, or severe. So we've identified initially 3,174 records, and after full text screening, we've ended up with 145 studies that were included, and these covered 38 countries. And the countries that were studied the most often were Nigeria, China, and India. So in those 145 studies, we've identified 174,073 cases of PTBI in LMICs in the last 20 years. When we looked at the demographic data, we found that male children were twice as likely to have suffered a PTBI compared to female children. Then we also found that the mean age ranged between 8 months and 8 years, and that the studies were very much heterogeneous in the number of patients they've included, but the median was 92. When we looked at the severity of PTBI, we found that mild pediatric TBI was more likely than both moderate and severe TBI. So when we looked at the causes, around a quarter of the studies actually reported on the cause of pediatric TBI. And we found out that road traffic accidents were the most common cause, followed by falls and other unspecified causes. And when we looked closely at the road traffic accident group, we found that children pedestrians were the largest subgroup amongst the children that suffered a road traffic accident. When we looked at morbidity, only 15% of studies reported on any reduction of function post-discharge. And the most commonly used tool to look at that was the Glasgow Outcome Scale, where 5 means good recovery and 1 is death, and everything in between would be different degrees of disability. And the general pattern was that moderate and mild disability was more likely than a severe one. However, it's worth noting that only 3 studies reported on any reduction of function on the follow-up that was longer than 3 or 6 months, and the rest of the studies only reported these data points at discharge and never followed up for longer. So finally, the last variable we looked at was mortality, and this was reported in around 40% of the studies. And when we calculated the case fatality rate, the median was 6.7 per 100 cases. However, when we looked at the studies that were larger, that had included more than 1,000 cases of PTBI, that case fatality rate was actually lower and ranged from 0.3 to 2.1 cases per 100. When we looked at the risk of bias in the studies, most of the studies had an unclear risk of bias, with a minority having low risk of bias and some studies having a high risk of bias according to the classification. So the main findings were that PTBI is likely to occur in formative years of childhood in children in LMICs. And this is important because this could then result in lifetime spending on healthcare, which can then lead to catastrophic healthcare expenditures for family of those children. The early age at which PTBI occurs also means that there are developmental consequences for these children. And the second finding was that male children were more likely to have suffered a PTBI. And this could be explained by previously reported that parents are less likely to restrain exploratory behavior in male children as compared to female children, as well as that male children are more likely to engage in risky behaviors. We've also interestingly also found that road traffic accidents were the largest cause of mortality and morbidity in LMICs, and that children pedestrians were the group at risk. And this is important because when contrasted with high-income countries such as Australia, USA, or Canada, it's vehicle occupants that are the largest group and not children pedestrians. So this could have implications for designing targeted interventions, such as building sidewalks or increasing the traffic light infrastructure. It's also worth noting that our findings underrepresent the true burden of PTBI in LMICs. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, it is estimated that around 3 million cases of PTBI happen annually worldwide. However, we found that only a third of LMICs that are listed in the worst buying criteria were actually reported any findings. And the studies that we included were also limited because they usually pertain to a single center.
I'm going to have to stop you here. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any questions from any of our judges, Mr. Jenkins or Ms. Venturini?
Could I ask a quick question? Is that okay?
Absolutely, yeah.
very interesting study. Thank you very much for your presentations. Given the finding of what you found in your study, what are some of the key suggestions you want to put forward in terms of good intervention that could help sort of alleviate the issue and also get some better data on the things that are missing?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So first and foremost, one of the key findings was that the lack of long-term follow-up data is limiting this analysis, and therefore we would suggest for establishing data registries that can then help in systematizing the data that is being reported, and therefore allow for more in-depth analysis of actual causative factors. And as far as targeted interventions, as I mentioned, because we found that the children pedestrians are the most at-risk group, according to this study, interventions related to improving the road safety would be the priority.
Thank you. Thank you, Michal, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Great. We'll move on to our second oral presenter of the day. This is Callum Hugh Caslow, who's presenting on the local recurrence of resected brain metastasis with or without postoperative whole/partial brain radiotherapy. Callum, over to you.
Thank you very much, Soham. I'll just share my screen. So thank you to the committee for giving me a chance to speak today. As you've said, my name's Callum. I'm a final year medical student at the University of Cambridge. I'm going to be talking today about a project I started in my 4th year. And we looked at patients who underwent metastasis resection and whether those that had postoperative radiotherapy survived for longer before that same metastasis that was initially resected came back again. So I know this isn't an entirely specialist audience, so I'll give a very brief summary of brain metastasis management. For the initial metastasis, the primary treatment can be surgery or radiosurgery. We looked at surgical resection. And then once you've cut out the metastasis, you obviously don't want to have that same one come back again. And so that you can provide postoperative radiotherapy. That comes in 2 forms. So whole brain radiotherapy or partial brain radiotherapy irradiates quite large areas of brain tissue with the 2 aims, one of preventing the same tumor coming back. So that's local recurrence, and then also distant intracranial recurrence. So other tumors within the brain developing. You can also provide stereotactic radiosurgery just to the resection site postoperatively, which prevents just local recurrence is the aim. So whole brain radiotherapy was first shown by Patchell et al. To improve the recurrence of both intracranial distant recurrence and local recurrence after surgical resection. The problem comes is that whole brain radiotherapy, because you're irradiating large areas of brain tissue, also gives quite significant neurological decline for patients. So there's quite significant downsides, and we want to make sure that if we're giving whole brain radiotherapy, that overall it's beneficial. The reason you may be thinking, why don't we just give SRS to the resection site to prevent this local recurrence? So whole brain radiotherapy is the only one that's commissioned for postoperative radiotherapy, at least in Cambridge, I think in lots of areas nationally as well. And so we want to know, specifically for local recurrence, is it beneficial? So there's been other studies recently as well. The last major trial was the EORTC study that finished collecting patients in 2007. And so our hypothesis was mostly that since 2007, surgical techniques have improved and oncological treatments have improved. And given that, is whole brain radiotherapy still needed to prevent this local recurrence? We wanted to see whether UK practice conforms to these international studies. And we also wanted to see that whether the whole brain radiotherapy reduces the rate of local reoperation. So it's obviously quite a lot of effort to resect a metastasis. It can be quite disheartening when that same one comes back again. And we were wondering whether providing this whole or partial brain radiotherapy prevents that. So our study was a retrospective cohort. We looked at patients who underwent surgical resection our two groups were whole brain or partial brain radiotherapy versus none. And the outcomes primarily was local recurrence-free survival. We also looked at overall survival and the rate of local reoperation as secondary outcomes. To do this, we looked at all the MDT patients from 2012 to 2018. We followed them up to 2020, ensuring they all had at least 1 year's follow-up. Then we reviewed the histology and all the subsequent scans that they had to confirm whether there had been any local recurrence. 113 patients were included. We excluded patients if they had residual tumor remaining after the resection, if they did have SRS rather than whole brain radiotherapy. Of those 113 patients, 39 had radiotherapy. Broadly, they were very similar. So in terms of performance status, size of tumor, age, and sex, the only significant difference we found was the allocation of melanoma patients. And we know that melanoma is relatively radio insensitive. So it makes sense that MDT decisions reflected that. So there's fewer in the radiotherapy group. So what do we find? This is a Kaplan-Meier curve of local recurrence-free survival. So time until they had recurrence of the metastasis that was initially resected. We found that this was significant on log rank test. So there was 28% of those in the no radiotherapy group recurred during our time period, and 43% of the no radiotherapy group and 28% of the radiotherapy group. This remained significant when we excluded all those that started new treatments after their resection. We also stratified by tumor types, but the numbers were too small really to draw significant conclusions from that. Overall survival we looked at as well. We know that actually overall survival has never been shown to improve with whole brain radiotherapy. And we found that to be the case in our study as well. The reason mostly behind this is because progression of systemic cancer is most likely to be the limiting factor. And then the rates of local reoperation were actually very low, or fairly low in both groups, so less than 10%. And the numbers were very small. So although we didn't find a statistically significant difference, we can only really hesitantly conclude that whole brain radiotherapy doesn't affect local reoperation. So what can we conclude from this? So I think we can say that whole brain radiotherapy still does have improvements for local recurrence-free survival for patients. And the benefits aren't seen in overall survival. We can probably conclude that providing whole brain radiotherapy for the purpose of preventing reoperation at the same site is probably not very effective. The reoperation rate is low anyway, and whole brain radiotherapy doesn't seem to affect that. And I think it's important as well to remember at the end of this that the downside are still significant and should be carefully weighed up. And I think that's reflected in our study as well. Only 39 of the 113 actually underwent whole brain radiotherapy. And that's perhaps something that we're going to look at in the future is why uptake is so low when we know it is effective for local recurrence. And I think the reason behind that is that it's not improving overall survival. And actually distant recurrence is more of a consideration for why whole brain radiotherapy is offered.
Thank you. I'm going to have to wrap it up here. In this case, could I just ask if Mr. Jenkins or Ms. Venturini have any questions for our speaker? Or if anyone else does as well, please do post on the chat.
I'll ask a question. Oh, sorry. Is anyone else going to?
I was just going to say that was very clear indeed. I don't think I've really got any questions.
Great, perfect.
Thank you.
Could I ask a quick question? Is there time?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wondered whether, thanks for the talk, it was really clear and very good. I was just wondering whether you had done any, you had looked at all at whether the outcome immediately after surgery had any impact on whether people could undergo radiotherapy following the operation or not. For example, if people had complication, would that would those be a subcategory that maybe would have different outcomes?
No, we haven't looked at that. That's an interesting point, actually. I guess the decision to undergo whole brain radiotherapy is actually very complex, and I'm not that. Yeah, there are plenty of things that we could have included. That is actually an interesting suggestion. Do you know how would you expect? Do you have a hypothesis as to how the treatment would be different in that case?
I'm not sure there's time for that now, but I just thought usually clinically patients, if they have sort of a poor outcome after surgery, something goes wrong, they need to recover usually before being offered sort of further treatment in terms of being fit for it. So I just wondered whether there'd be a subgroup to look at, that's all.
Yeah, interesting, thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately we'll have to move on to the next speaker. You've got a few questions on the chat as well, Callum, if you want to try and answer them on the chat. But we're moving on to our next oral presenter. This is Gomsi, who is presenting on the management of basilar skull fractures in Cameroon. This is a multi-institutional cross-sectional study. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for giving us this opportunity to present on our work on the management of basilar skull fractures in our country, Cameroon. Cameroon is this Central African country with a population of over 25 million inhabitants, and we have one neurosurgeon for 1.5 million of inhabitants. So we will go through this with the following outline. Traumatic brain injuries is a silent pandemic which represents a great burden worldwide, particularly in LMICs and LICs. Skull-base fracture is a frequent entity of traumatic brain injury, which reverts its importance in three main issues, leading by causing CSF may lead to CSF leak, resulting to intracranial infections, cranial nerve palsies, and depressed anesthetic fractures. Its prevalence varies greatly worldwide. It has been reported as low as 3.5% in high-income countries, and up to or as high as 76.5% in LICs and LMICs. In our country, no studies on the subject had been conducted. So we aimed at to point out the frequency of its frequency, demographic profile, clinical and radiological findings, and main lines of management in 3 reference hospitals in Yaoundé, Cameroon. We conducted a cross-sectional study with a retrospective collection of data for a period of 7 years. After our collection of data, in order to reduce the lack of information bias, patients and relatives were contacted to complete our data and evaluate their outcome. So we found out that it represents, skull-base fractures represent 33 to 42% of all traumatic brain injuries, with the population mostly affected being young male adults within 20 to 29 years. The main cause was road traffic accident. Periorbital ecchymosis represented the chief clinical findings for anterior trauma fossa fractures, trauma, and followed by epistaxis, and we had the CSF rhinorrhea in 23% of cases. Autophagia was the chief clinical finding for middle fossa traumas. This, in our population, all the patients had associated non-traumatic brain injury traumatic lesions, the most frequent being maxillofacial traumas. Displaced fractures of the anterior and posterior walls of the frontal sinus were the most frequent radiological findings for anterior fossa traumas, and translabyrinthine fractures for middle fossa traumas. So we went forth by coming out with a radioclinical agreement for skull-base fractures, where we found out that 97.5% of patients with CSF rhinorrhea had an associated skull-base radiologic fracture. And for anterior cranial fossa, for anterior fossa trauma, and the mastoid ecchymosis for middle fossa trauma. We also found that tinnitus were frequently associated with translabyrinthine trauma and the extralabyrinthine and hypoacusia with the extralabyrinthine trauma. Most of our patients were managed conservatively, with all the patients with middle and posterior cranial fossa included. In 13% of cases, we had intracranial infections, and most patients, or more than half of the patients, had a cranial nerve palsy as sequelae. The surgical management were mainly reserved for patients with anterior skull-base fractures with persistent CSF leak and skull-base depression. So the patients were mostly operated between the second and fourth week post-trauma, and the main complications, which were really rare, were persistent CSF leak and meningitis. More than 80% of patients had an olfactive injury during surgery. This is the first study carried out in Cameroon on the subject, with a prevalence which is similar to our neighbor in Nigeria. Road traffic accident, as said before, represents the main cause in TBI of TBI in LMICs and LICs due to the low use of protective measures, which exposes the motorcycle drivers and the car passengers to high energy impact and serious injuries. The motorcycle was the most common vehicle involved in road traffic accident, affecting mainly young male adults, which are usually the drivers. Posterior skull-base fractures were rare also in our population due to this may be explained due to the high density of the occipital bone. However, they were mostly associated with cervical spine fractures. Mastoid and periorbital ecchymosis, also known as Harpoon-I sign, have a greater positive predictive values than other skull-base fracture signs, but they are less frequent and appear within the 24th and 78th hours post-trauma. Frontal sinus, displaced frontal sinus fractures were the most frequent lesions in anterior skull-base fractures, same found by Piccirilli, almost common with Piccirilli in 2012. As for the middle cranial fossa, we had the same results. Fractures, radiological findings were same as those in Nigeria. That's the most frequent being longitudinal fractures, also known as translabyrinthine fractures. In 75% of cases, posterior skull-base fractures are stable occipital condyle fractures. The conservative management in our context mainly entails anti-Bell prophylaxis for patients with CSF leak. This is due to the fact that, or to the inability for us to control the patient's environment and the non-proximity to adequate health centers. However, non-negligible number of patients treated conservatively developed intracranial infections in our series. Surgery was mainly reserved for persistent CSF leak and displaced fractures, skull-base fractures in anterior skull-base fractures. And they were mainly operated within the second and the fourth week. Those operated later were patients who had financial difficulties.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, skull-base fractures, a frequent entity in our country, with the young male adults mostly affected. Surgery is reserved for anterior skull-base fractures with persistent CSF leak and depressed fractures. The interval of surgery was mainly between second and fourth week post-trauma, and complications and sequelae constitute a great burden economically and socially. Hence, the importance for more research and evidence-based recommendations to reduce mobility and improve in the health systems. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really good talk. Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Jenkins and Miss Venturini, do you have any questions for our oral speaker?
I do. If nobody else wants to go, I feel like I'm always asking the questions.
Absolutely fine.
But very interesting talk. Thank you very much for giving us an insight of on this condition. I was just wondering, you mentioned about your conservative management involving antibiotic treatment. Here in the UK, we often we offer pneumovax for vaccination to patients that have a skull-base fracture. I just wondered whether that's at all part of your treatment for
Yes, amongst which there was also vaccination. Sorry, didn't mention.
Okay, great. If there are any further questions, as always, please do post them on the chat, and I'm sure they'll answer. If not, we can move on to our fourth oral speaker of the day, Basil from Liverpool, who will be talking about defining hemorrhage predictors in brain arteriovenous malformations in a retrospective cohort study. Over to you, Basil.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Basil. And as Sam said, we're going to be looking at defining hemorrhage predictors in brain arteriovenous malformations, a retrospective cohort study. So just disclosures, we don't have any conflicts of interest, but we do disclose a bursary from the Wilson Foundation with the funding being provided by the Royal College of Physicians. So let's start with what are arteriovenous malformations, or AVMs? Well, they're complex vascular lesions, and they're thought to be congenital. And they feature these very complex fistulous connections with high pressure arterial blood flowing into these much more friable venous vessels. And you can see the classical anatomy of an AVM here with multiple arterial feeders feeding into a complex nidus and then trailing off into these dilated tortuous vessels, venous vessels. These lesions carry a lifetime risk of hemorrhage, and unfortunately in some patients it can be more than just a risk, carrying about a 10 to 30% mortality and a very high morbidity. So why specifically AVMs? Well, the Aruba trial published in 2014 was a trial looking at the medical management of AVMs versus interventional management for unruptured brain AVMs. The trial was met with much controversy in the form of many published responses. And these responses outlined issues with trial design and with results interpretation and data interpretation. This controversy led to what we have today, which is a wide variability in practice across international centers. And really, from an evidence-based point of view, it's just left a lot of people feeling a little bit lost. And there's certainly a lot of room to answer questions within the AVM literature in this current climate. So why is predicting hemorrhage important? Well, the question within AVMs is always to treat or not to treat. And you can see the natural history of the lesion demonstrated here with a 2 to 4% annual risk of hemorrhage. You have the surgical risk here demonstrated according to SM grade. AVMs are graded from grades 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest grade. And you can say, and you can see that the lower grade AVMs have a very low complication rate, whereas the higher grade AVMs complication rate is considerably higher. There are other treatment modalities for AVMs, such as endovascular therapy and stereotactic radiosurgery. But this sort of trend of complication is very much mirrored in those modalities as well. And so the question always is, when does risk of treatment outweigh the risk of hemorrhage? And we want to begin to sort of answer that question a little bit today by looking at specifically defining patient and lesion background characteristics that predict hemorrhage in brain AVMs. So onto our methods. We took MRI and DSA confirmed lesions from patients in the Walton Center. Baseline characteristics were taken from the scans and the notes. We utilized univariate analysis, so that's chi-squared, Fisher's exact or appropriate, and student's t-test to analyze the variables that would predict specifically presentation with hemorrhage. So this is looking at specifically retrospective data. And values that received that were associated with a p-value of 0.01 or less than 0.01, then proceeded to multivariate analysis. And hopefully using this, we are able to define the predictors of hemorrhage. So on to the results. Study period was from 2007 to 2018 at the Walton Center in Liverpool. We had 250 patients, 100 of whom, so roughly 40%, presented with symptomatic hemorrhage. Univariate analysis produced diffuse nidus, basal ganglia or internal capsule location, which is we can just refer to as deep location, and cerebellar location as risk factors, with cortical location actually being a protective factor. Multivariate analysis then excluded cerebellar location as it did not achieve sufficient significance at the multivariate level. And this is what the numbers look like. So you can see deeper location AVMs have an odds ratio that is more than threefold presenting with hemorrhage. Diffuse nidus carry an odds ratio of more than twofold risk. And cortical locations, the cortical location risk of presenting with hemorrhage is less than half actually. And you can see that the Hosmer and Lehm showed goodness of fit test was adequate. So really, what does this mean? So deep location and diffuse nidus have already been identified by the literature. And I've just got a selection of publications here that have looked at those factors and a whole bunch more. However, cortical location as a protective factor has not been previously described. we also like to say that the predictive element demonstrated by cortical lesions is not entirely biological. And what we mean by that is that there is an element of biological sort of protectiveness by it simply being not deep. So a cortical lesion is going to be your least deep lesion. But there is also a lower risk of presenting with hemorrhage simply because lesions located cortically are going to more likely present with seizures or vascular steal syndromes that you see in AVMs. Well, what does this mean for patients? Well, the typical question in clinic when a patient walks in with an AVM is to treat or not to treat. However, this might provide a potential new option for patients with a cortical asymptomatic AVM. It may provide the option to delay until symptomatic manifestation, thereby delaying the potential effects and the disability life years that may come with surgical complications or other treatment-related complications. And this may be an alternative to immediate treatment. This is especially true for high-grade lesions, which might be quite risky and might be scary to intervene on, as demonstrated here. So, sort of just a little bit more discussion about the limitations. This is utilizing retrospective data. So unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of calculating an annual hemorrhage risk. It is a single center study, and we didn't collect data on intranidal aneurysms or feeding artery aneurysms, as we class those as separate clinical entities. So further discussion, well, what's already out there? So in 2019, it published in Stroke, the R2ED AVM score was published, which is a predictive tool for effectively predicting hemorrhage with AVMs. Before we conducted this study, we tried to externally validate this score, and we got an area under curve of 0.602, which is not amazingly encouraging, but it does tell us that there is still a long way to go towards predicting hemorrhage occurrence. Key messages then. Deep location and diffuse nidus likely increase risk of AVM hemorrhage. Patients with cortical location are less likely to present with hemorrhage, and there may be a potential new management option for incidental or asymptomatic AVM patients with cortical lesions. Well, what are our next steps? Well, we'd like to perhaps go on to externally validate the cortical protective properties of cortical AVMs. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and I welcome all questions.
Thank you for sticking to time as well.
Thank you.
Okay, over to Ms. Venturini and Mr. Jenkins for any questions.
I'm still slightly uncertain as to why it's not just the tautological fact that being cortical is not being deep, and therefore it is seen to be protective. You said it was something to do with the cortical ones presenting with epilepsy, but I'm still slightly hazy.
So yeah, absolutely. So effectively, AVMs that are more sort of cortical are more likely to present with things other than hemorrhage, just naturally due to their location. So cortical AVMs are just more likely to present with seizures because they're more closer to sort of eloquent cortices and similar vascular steal syndromes. So you wouldn't expect an AVM that is incredibly deep in the basal ganglia to say cause vascular steal syndrome, because you'd expect that lesion to sort of be located more towards the motor strip. And it's simply due to the fact that cortical lesions have a wider range of things that they can present with, that hemorrhage might be sort of less represented. So I hope that's...
I wouldn't really call that protective though, somehow. That's a kind of statistical artifact, isn't it? Due to the fact that they've got a number of things they can present with, whereas the deep ones really only present with hemorrhage or occasionally steal.
So that's sort of what we discussed a little bit. So we said that the association is not entirely biological. There is some element of it being simply not deep. And there is some element of the statistical artifact. So that's why we encourage sort of further external validation to hopefully actually delineate what is the true protective properties of cortical lesions.
Thank you so much, Basil.
Thank you very much.
Our last presenter for the oral presentation section is Pavan, who's from the University of Southampton, and they will be talking about tau, microglia, and Fc gamma receptors in frontotemporal dementia. Over to you.
So, hi everyone, my name is Pavan.
Do you have any questions at all?
I do.
Go for
it. Thank you very much for the talk. Really interesting, and well done for communicating such technical messages in a simple way to us today. I was just wondering, having studied this, what would be your next, if you were allowed to carry on this work, what would you do next to try and further the work you've done?
Thank you for your question, and definitely, as mentioned before, was the CD32A marker. If I had more time, I'd love to quantify this and see how it relates to the other markers, and then form a bigger picture of how the different Fc gamma receptors work together in FTD, really, and just to ascertain the different significance within the proteins. as well as I'd like to look at different cells within the brain. So looking at astrocytic proteins such as glutamine synthase, I think would be quite an interesting difference to microglia, and seeing how they both react and work together in FTD. There has been some research with a French research group about the role of CD8 T cells and looking at their upregulations in FTD. So it'd be nice to see how they all relate together in the pathogenesis of this disease. Sorry.
Perfect.
I think there's anything coming out of this that could go towards treatment in the long-term future?
Definitely. So hopefully if the quantification of CD32 gets done, we can see how they all interact with each other. And hopefully from there, we can target specific receptors in immunotherapy. As well as there's also another receptor, CD32B, which is actually an inhibitory receptor. And this inhibits inflammatory responses. So if we could target that as well, that would be also quite promising in research. However, that also needs to be researched into more.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to all 5 of our oral presenters today. We will collate the marks and let you know at the end of the meeting. I'd also now like to ask Dr. Becca Baruso to come onto the stage. Welcome. Dr. Becca Baruso is the editor-in-chief of the Lancet Neurology, and she has been for nearly a decade, and she has extensive experience in publishing, both from the author side to the reviewer side to the editorial side, and she's giving us a very unique aspect into how to get published. And I think this will be very useful for any up-and-coming academics or any clinicians whatsoever. Thank you so much. Over to you.
So I hope that you are all enjoying your careers day. I've been invited to give my perspective on how to get your paper published. And this is going to be the outline of my talk today. I'm going to start with a very short introduction because we don't have so much time on the relevance of publishing. And then I will move on into the core part of my talk, which is, in summary, the ABC of publication success that, from my perspective, includes a good definition of your take-home message, a good definition of your target audience, and then finally, strategically deciding the journal in which that home message will be appropriately sent to the right audience. And hopefully we will get some minutes at the end so you can pose your questions, comments, any feedback, or whatever else that is perhaps of your burning interest today. So let's start. And I would like to start by doing almost a philosophical reflection on the relevance of publishing. It's in the life of an academic researcher, I think that are usually 2 bottlenecks. The first bottleneck is, of course, the search for funding, for grants, right? So you need money to do your investigation. And then once that investigation leads to some findings, then the following bottleneck is the publication stage. And that publication stage is extremely relevant, not least because professionally in your career path, that is going to be part of your merits and is going to be the way in which you're going to show your peers that you are producing findings. And then obviously it's a whole ethical aspect of it, especially when funding is provided by public funders, which will expect your research to be communicated broadly and disseminated. So obviously, publishing is a very, very key, important endeavor in the life of anyone trying to pursue an academic career. Now, this is not new, right? This is not something that is happening just to you now. or in this century. What I'm showing in this slide is actually the cover image of what's considered the first academic journal, scientific journal in the United Kingdom.
Sorry, Miss Beccaruso, I just heard you on your slide. I think we're not sharing the slides currently.
Oh, right. Let me see. Here we go. So here we have the cover of this historical journal, the first of all journals, and that was produced by the Royal Society at the end of the 17th century, as you can see in here. So as I said, this publication, dissemination of findings is an essential task of scientists from the beginning of empirical science, not just today. And the good news is that unlike 3 centuries ago, now there is a tide, a complete tsunami of journals available for everyone to be able to communicate research. So the last time I checked up these numbers, these figures, it was a couple of months ago, and I saw about 30,000 journals listed in PubMed. I mean, there are many more, but the ones in PubMed, as you know, they have a degree of quality, right? And reputation. So more than 30,000 journals in all kinds of specialties and all kinds of science, and about 5,000 of them are medical journals. So the offer of publication is enormous these days, and is so large that actually a new science was created in 1975 that deals with the measures of the impact and the deeds of all these enterprises. So for many, this is not a good landscape because of the trouble with such a broad offer. I think that is actually quite good and democratizes the access to publication of findings very much to any scientist in the world. So now let's move into what I call the ABC of publication success, which basically, in a very, very simple manner, has 3 steps. The first step, as I said, is clearly defining what your primary take-home message is going to be for that paper. In my opinion, a good paper has one primary take-home message, and perhaps several secondary ones, but one primary message. And then you try to define who will be the proper target audience for such take-home message. And once you have a clarity about A and B, you go for C, which is the choice of the journal. Unfortunately, this is most of the time done upside down in the wrong direction. So people will usually start choosing a journal and saying, well, I'm going to write a paper for whatever, Nature, and see what happens. Normally that decision is based on the impact factor of the journal. That's absolutely wrong, and it's going to lead you nowhere. So my advice is actually not to do that. It's just you really need to think about what you are trying to communicate and why you are trying to communicate it and to whom. And then once you have that in mind and clearly defined, then you have 5,000 journals to select and to start, accommodating and fitting your message to one of these journals. So then the whole process can be much more successful and efficient. So let's start by A, the take-home message, because you might be wondering by now. So that's all very good, but how do I define my take-home message well? And you can do it basically by writing your paper. Writing a paper is a very, very good exercise for reflecting on your research and reflecting on your findings. And so I will actually advise everyone to start writing a paper even before you have the findings. So you start working on the framework in which, and the perspective in which you would like to present them. And we are very lucky because we have very good instruments to help you in doing that. And I would like everyone today to be aware of the Equator Network. The Equator Network is a tool, is a website in which you will find all the guidelines that you need for reporting of clinical research. There is nothing that cannot be reported in clinical research, nothing, no sort of study that can be reported in clinical research with these guidelines. Not only that, if you want to get your paper considered by a well-respected academic medical journal, then believe me, you will need to use these guidelines because all of the most popular medical journals, they have to comply with Equator networks. Definitely all the Lancet journals do, but the JAMA journals do as well, New England, and any of the many good journals that you check up on a regular basis. We all have to comply with these guidelines. So please do start defining your take-home message by the use of these guidelines. And how can you do that? Well, Equator provides you with all the information that you need from scratch, as you can see here in this screenshot that I took from their website yesterday, on how to write your paper. And this can be done using Equator from the very beginning. And so if you go to this page, you will see that you can find this tool, which is their decision tree, in which they will direct you to the guidelines that are going to be relevant for the kind of research that you are trying to present. So we can do this small practical exercise just for the sake of illustrating how this works and how simple this is and helpful. So again, just for the sake of illustrating with an example, let's imagine that you want to publish a case report, just a case report. You came across a very nice, well, nice for whatever the reason, because it was unique, original, because it was difficult, because it has a learning point, because it has been never reported of a patient for which your work, your intervention, your clinical work, well, resulted in a particular diagnosis, prognosis, outcome. So you want to report that case report. Of course, you want to write it and you want to do it properly, and you want to present it to your peers. So obviously you will be able to use this decision tree in a very, very straightforward manner. So you will see here, the first question, was the research on humans? Obviously, yes, this was a patient of yours. Did your research generate quantitative data? Well, with an n equal 1, obviously, no. So let's go in this direction in the tree. Did you pull the results of previous studies? Are you doing a review? No. Did you describe a clinical case or a series of cases? Yes, you want to do that. Therefore, you will have to use these guidelines, CARE. As you can see here, Equator has a plethora of guidelines with all these very funny names, Arrive, Prisma, Moose, Tripod, Remark, Strobe, with which the editors of the journals, we are very familiarized, but obviously not many users and researchers out there are, but they don't need to, because they have these sort of instruments to guide them on the right guidelines that they need to use. Okay, so for our case report, the decision tree takes us to CARE. So if you go to the Equator Network website and search the CARE guidelines, you will be able to download a very, very comprehensive checklist that looks like this screenshot that I'm showing you in this slide, in which basically as you can see here, CARE will write the case report for you. You very much will have just to, to fill up the questions, and your case reports is basically done. So nothing to be invented here. Writing a paper, unfortunately for some, is not creative writing. It's actually a very, very standardized process, especially in clinical research. So there is nothing that you need to invent. There is nothing that you need to think of in terms of structure, because Equator is going to guide you through for every section of the paper, for every step, for every consideration that you need to take. So first important consideration today, when you want to get to your take-home message, write your paper down, and do that by using the guidelines that you will find in the Equator Network website. So now, okay, now we have written our case report, and we have thought about the take-home message of that case report. And once you have defined that, it is relatively easy to think about who the proper readership for that paper will be. And what I mean by that is that obviously a case report can be tremendously relevant if it's showing a case that has never ever been described before. But even so, that might be relevant for a particular specialty or for a particular technical specialization, say that this is a diagnosis using neuroimaging, or it might be something that is very, very, I don't know, really sophisticated and strange, a rare presentation, and then of the interest of just, a minority of people. So these are the kind of considerations that you need to take on board. And with those in mind, then you try to find a journal that will be able to help you in disseminating your take-home message to exactly the kind of readership that you want. And of course, having 5,000 journals, you might ask, well, how do I start that task? How do I do that? My advice for that will be to get familiarized with as many journals as you can. So you start when you start your research career, during your early student years, during your PhD, you start getting familiarized with journals that publish papers that are relevant for your training, for your grand rounds, for your discussions in the clinic. And little by little, you get to know what kind of papers those journals published and the kind of community that on a regular basis tries to get access to that content and actually shares that content, comments on it, and keep publishing with that journal. And I think a useful question to ask is where will my article fit within the content of a journal? And that question can be answered by simply looking at the table of contents at the index of any journal of interest. I'm showing here the table of contents of a recent issue of the Lancet Neurology, of course, but it doesn't matter. You can do this exercise with any journal of your choice. So you will see, for instance, that if I want to publish a case report, there is not a single section here that refers to case reports. So I might wonder whether the Lancet Neurology publishes case reports. And to explore that, a very useful thing to do is to check the information for authors. If you check the information for authors of the Lancet Neurology, for instance, you will see that we don't publish case reports. So obviously you don't have to waste your time in submitting a paper to us with that beautiful case report, because it's extremely unlikely that any journal is going to invent a new section just to disseminate your findings. All right. So this is the type of simple but useful exercise that you will have to do every time once your paper is beautifully written according to Equator guidelines. All right. So now that you, once you have your take-home message, you want to disseminate that in a journal that might be a classic journal of your specialty, for instance, and you choose that because you know that that journal usually publishes articles of that kind. I think a good question to do to yourself is whether you are informed about the peer review criteria that the editors in that journal will apply. And it's interesting to know what kind of evaluation these people are going to do for your paper and how that evaluation is going to be done. I'm saying this because many journals apply just two criteria, which are a criteria of quality of the research involving good and robust design and methodology, and of course, good quality of the data. But the high impact journals, they also are going to judge your paper in terms of originality and relevance, which means originality means, is this unique? Has this been reported before? And relevance is a subjective concept that means how relevant is this paper now for this field? So obviously these are important considerations that you need to bear in mind, because maybe your paper is not unique, it's not the first time that something is that you want to disseminate has been disseminated, it's just incremental but still quite relevant for your field, etc. And then of course, the way in which the evaluation is done is also very important because that involves speed, that involves the type of reviewers that are going to assess your paper, and involves also, well, certain people doing the decision making for that paper to be accepted or not. So it's always very helpful to know more about the peer review criteria of the journal to which you are submitting your paper. And with that said, I think I will emphasize that you, even if you don't succeed with your first try, you shouldn't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged at all, because it is very easy to think of peer review and of publication like in this image that I'm showing here. But the truth is that in some journals it's tremendously difficult to publish, especially the most popular ones in the medical sciences. So in our case, for instance, in the Lancet journals, we select for peer review less than 20% of the papers that we receive. And at the end, only 5% of those that we receive or less end up being published. So obviously, this is not a personal thing. This is an arduous task sometimes, and you don't need to be discouraged by a negative outcome after you submit a paper for the first time. Keep trying, because you're going to get the paper published somewhere, that's for sure. And with that, I would like to finish with what's my own take-home message today. And in a nutshell, it's Equator Network, Equator Network, Equator Network. Every time you write a paper of whatever the kind, in whatever the situation, don't you ever forget about these guidelines. Use them, share them, disseminate them yourselves with your fellow students, with your fellow trainees that don't know about them. This is the most useful tool out there, to help you out in the communication of your findings. So please use it as much as you can. And with this, I will finish by thanking you for your attention, and hoping that if you have any specific questions about the Lancet journals, you will reach to me and drop me an email, and I will try to get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Brilliant, absolutely amazing talk. And I just want to echo the what's been said here. I think the guidelines and reporting are so essential. And if you're lucky enough, they do run something called lightning workshops where they talk through these guidelines and how best to use them. So I'd definitely attend those lightning workshops if you can as well, especially in the pandemic. They've all been free, so definitely go to them if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all open access, definitely.
Yeah. We do have a few questions. So question number one, I think someone's unmuted.
Half an hour away from the property.
I don't know. Okay. So the first question is someone, for example, if they're a medical student or if they're a doctor, does that impact on how they're perceived when you look at who the authors are for the journal?
Oh, this is a tricky question, because of course I could respond by saying that we try to be completely objective in our assessment of a submission. Now, you saw in my slide on peer review criteria a bullet point that with single blinded, right? So single blinded is how we do peer review, and that means that, of course, we know the authors and their affiliations, but they don't know, and that information is confidential. They don't know the reviewers of the paper and the people who are assessing them. And I think it will be unrealistic to say that affiliation and seniority don't matter. They do matter. And so my advice will be for those aiming high is to obviously aim high with your mentors too. And usually that will mean a brilliant start of an academic career. Without any prejudices against anybody else. As you can see, I'm Spanish. I did my PhD in Salamanca, and publishing my PhD, I published the findings of my PhD in the Journal of Neuroscience. That was many years ago, of course, over 20 years ago, and that was quite yeah, it was really tough. And one of the reasons was, I think, perhaps because we were isolated and unknown, but still we got there. So obviously, if the findings have merit, they will have a meritorious publication, that's for sure. But obviously, a good institution and a good mentorship can help you very much.
Brilliant, great answer. Another question, maybe contentious given you're associated to Lancet, but which journals would you recommend for people to apply to if they're aiming to disseminate to medical students and to clinical neurosurgeons?
So again, it very much depends on the take-home message. So for instance, if say that you want to inform your peers about the careers day that you organize every year, I guess. So you might as well write a letter to the Lancet Neurology, and so we would be very happy to disseminate those news. Like, well, okay, this is available for everyone involved in this. Obviously, if you, as I said, if you have a case report, is tremendously, it's almost impossible for us to publish it, because we will have to invent a new section. This is very unlikely to happen. But I don't want to undermine all what I've just said. I mean, it's not about the journal. It's about your message and the readership you want to aim to. So please think about that first, and then the journal will come up later.
Perfect. I think that should have been the answer. I looked at the question. I was like, I know the answer to this. But thank you. Question number 3, and that's, I guess, the final question, because I understand your time is quite limited. But the final question would be, what should we do if we want to have open data? Should we still submit to a journal that has closed access, or is there something we can do to make the data freely available?
Well, this is a very timely discussion and extremely topical, and it's taking place at very high level. in the European Commission in Europe and other places. The Lancet journals, we want to support the open data plans as much as possible. And actually, we are working with repositories to be able to link the publication of an article with actually the access to the data that investigation have used. So, but it's very early days, and this is happening as we speak. I think that the landscape is going to be tremendously different in 5 years' time, and it's going to be almost routine that every article will be associated with the data set that has generated that article. And I think it would be very good if we can all work towards that aim.
Perfect. That's great. I just want to thank you again for your time, and it's such an incredible insight. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. If you're happy for people to reach out to you afterwards, I think that's the email below. And you did say you were happy for anyone.
Yes,
so
of course. Yes, of course.
Perfect.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Next up is our poster presentations. So if I can just ask the top 10 presenters for posters to go into the breakout room when you're requested to do so. If I'm also going to ask one of my colleagues, John, if he can just share his slides right now to run through all the poster presentations. And we've got a break until 3:30. So feel free to enjoy yourselves until 3:30, and we're running the poster presentations in the meantime. Thank you so much, everyone. I think you may need to share sounds, or if there's no sound, don't worry.
Sorry, Soham, give me a
A
second.
research review on the topic carbon nanotechnology
Perfect. Great. I can hear now. Thank you.
in the treatment of brain diseases. Carbon nanotubes are excellent electrical conductors and form intimate mechanisms of axon regeneration, emphasizing their role in the treatment of brain injuries.
Do you hear it now?
I can indeed.
Carbon nanotechnology can be useful in several ways. In ALS, as we know, there is degeneration of glutamate receptors. CNT can replace degenerated neurons, thus re-establishing the circuit. CNT can promote dopaminergic differentiation, and CNT electrodes can be used in deep brain simulation for treatment of Parkinson's disease. CNT can promote recovery from stroke when they are impregnated with neural progenitor cells in subventricular zones. Anti-cancer medications can be delivered precisely to target cells without effects on normal cells. With no definitive treatment for stopping the progression of brain pathologies, diseases, and tumors, carbon nanotechnology can prove to be a promising modality and can become the future treatment of choice. Thank you.
Previous research has shown that when stimuli are presented during systole and diastole, stimulus processing is inhibited during systole but is enhanced during diastole. In this research, 21 participants carried out a tactile discrimination task in which gratings of different sizes were presented either vertically or horizontally. Participants sampled the stimuli in their own time, determining the stimulus orientation. Their ECG was also recorded at the same time. The results were plotted in a circular distribution in relation to the R-to-R peak interval on the ECG and showed that participants significantly held down during diastole, indicating that duration of touch is modulated by the cardiac cycle. We are currently carrying out an extended version of this study and hope that in the future we can ascertain the cause of possible noise during systole and extend our insight into the heart-brain axis.
Stroke is the leading cause of morbidity and mortality worldwide. In high-income countries, endovascular neurosurgery has become a highly effective and accepted treatment strategy. In low-income countries, however, such as India, where actually the stroke disease burden is much higher. Here, the size of endovascular neurosurgery service provision remains unclear. We look to ascertain this by performing a cross-sectional study utilizing 2 publicly available national databases. What we found is that India has no accredited endovascular neurosurgery programs. There are 19 neuroradiology programs, however, they offer training only to radiologists, and the neurointerventional training here is heterogeneous. Identifying this void is a first step in capacity building and advocacy for the establishment of high-quality, accredited endovascular neurosurgery fellowships.
We also have one of our sponsors today, Laura Gibson, who is available, who's just come in and is available to give a talk. I'm just going to see if Laura Gibson is present.
Hi everyone, my name is Laura Gibson and I'm a student liaison manager here at Wesleyan. So I am actually covering for Katie James, who is your student liaison manager normally, but she's on maternity leave at the moment. So if you're not aware already, we are a financial services company and we specialise in medics. So we work with you from student level all the way up through your careers up until retirement as well. So there are lots of different things that we offer throughout your lifetime, especially as a medic, but at student level, one of the things we do offer is student membership. So there are various things that are included within this, and to apply for our membership, you have to be in penultimate or final year. And we do offer things for the younger years as well. So I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about that, but my presentation is about 5 minutes, so then you can get on with the rest of your talks. So if you are in penultimate year or final year, then all you need to do is just scan the QR code on the screen and that will pull up the application form, which just takes a couple of minutes to complete. And I'll run over what's included in that in a couple of minutes. Oh, there we go. So as your student liaison manager, I'm here to support you with various things ranging from any questions about your membership. I know that a lot of you will already be signed up, but if you do have any questions about your current membership, then obviously you can just chat to me at any point. I also am here for you to kind of ask any questions. You might have questions about needing sponsorship for any of your societies or your educational lectures and things like that. So we do quite often offer sponsorship, as I have done today. I'm also your point of contact for any questions about the Next Step financial education events. So if you haven't heard about these, you'll need to follow our Instagram account. We have loads of information on there about what they are. It's essentially for mainly for final years, but also for penultimate year students as well. And essentially the reason we started the Next Step project was to help you guys to make that transition from university into your foundation training programs. So these events are really, really amazing. We have panelists which are, very experienced doctors, and also more recent graduates that come on the panel and chat to, the students, whether that be third years or, 5th, 6th years in some schools. And really the conversations range from, health and well-being, mind and body, personal and professional relationships, personal development, your career, all you need to know about your finances as you move into your careers as well. There's loads and loads of info, and the students have found it really, really useful. So some of the feedback has been amazing from them. So we're going to continue with those events over the course of the next few years as they evolve and get lots bigger as well. So you can go onto our content hub. So if you just type into Google Wesleyan Student Hub or Wesleyan Next Step, it'll bring you to the content hub, and there's loads of information about what those are. So make sure you get involved. There'll be lots of information on our Instagram as well, and I'll give you the handle for that in a couple of minutes. I'm also your point of contact for any elective queries. So with this particular school, I'm not too sure yet. I need to find out what's going on with your electives, whether you are still planning to go on them due to COVID. A lot of my schools in the Southwest, some of them are going to travel in the UK, and others are waiting until next year. So hopefully they can go abroad for their electives. But we do offer travel insurance. So if you don't know already and you would like to know more information, you can just let me know or visit our website for answers to any of your questions. And then as part of the membership as well, we do offer free tailored financial advice. So here are some of the things that we do offer advice on. So there are various elements that we can cover for you. So these can range from things like the NHS pension scheme, your sick pay that you will get from the NHS, your salary and pay grades, because at first glance, obviously your pay slip can seem quite confusing when you go into your career, especially if you haven't seen one before. And kind of we can let you know how your salary will increase over time as well as a medic. And then things like your credit score, what this is and how you can increase that, lots of hints and tips. And then if you would like to know more about mortgages, we can put you in touch with special lenders who can provide you with quotes based on your future income as doctors, rather than your current income at the point of interest, which is something that is actually really amazing. And you wouldn't get that if you were not training to be a doctor. So that's definitely something to make use of. That's mainly for those of you that are in kind of penultimate and final year and you're looking to kind of start thinking about taking out a mortgage in the next few years, potentially. So we do offer that service as well. And all of this advice is completely free for you, so you won't have to pay anything for that. So for final years, we will be taking your photo. So normally we would come in and take this at the start of the year and then give this back to you as a bit of a free gift and a thank you for all of your hard work throughout med school. But this year it might be slightly different just because of COVID, and we're unsure kind of whether we will be actually allowed to come into the school and take that as we normally would. But we're looking at other ways around that if we need to. So we might actually have to ask you to send in individual photos that we can collate into a collage, which obviously isn't as good, but it's definitely a way of keeping up our little fun tradition that we have with you. But fingers crossed we can come in and take it anyway. At the bottom is our handle for Instagram. So this is quite a new account, but we are going to be using this to give you all of the information that you need. We're actually going to be talking about the photos and how we're going to be taking them as well on the Instagram. So obviously just make sure you are following us for lots of updates on that. And then here is just a testimonial about our membership. So as part of the membership, one of the main benefits is that as a student, you do get free membership, which includes cover if you were to become sick or injured. You might be playing sports at university. This could range from football, hockey, rugby, any kind of sport that you're playing. They are seen as a dangerous sport to us. So, if you did have an injury whilst playing sports and it meant that you had to take time out of your studies for more than 6 weeks, then we would pay you a weekly income of £210 per week until you're ready to go back, or for up to 2 years. So some of the other things that we cover as well is, if you became sick and had to take time out of your studies, as this person did in the testimonial. As you can see, this was a London medical student. And also kind of if you contracted COVID, we now include COVID in our cover as well. So there's lots of different things to think about, but you do get free cover. So there's absolutely nothing for you to pay. We want to make sure that you are covered, and we know that you don't have just that extra cash to spend on things like extra protection. So we want to cover you for free whilst you're a student. This free cover does last until the November after you qualify, and it's for penultimate and final year students. So, then you do move into a paying cover. So you'll pay £15 per month after that, but you will be working at that point. So compared to your the salary that you will be receiving, £15 per month really isn't much at all. And if you didn't want to pay the £15 per month, you can just take advantage of the free cover that you get as a student, and then you can just cancel on graduation day or kind of just before the November on the year of qualification. So we do advise that, you take out this free cover. All you have to do is fill in the application form, which is on the screen at the moment. So you just scan the QR code. And then it just means that you can enjoy free cover until the November that you qualify. And it's just, it's really useful to have in place. We just really do advise to take advantage of that, because not many of the students will get this advantage. It's only medics and dentists that we do offer this to. So just take advantage of that one. And that's it from me. So my email is on the screen. So if you've got any questions whatsoever, you can either ask me now or you can send me an email. And for those of you that do sign up today, I will be offering a £10 Uber Eats voucher as well, just because obviously we would normally be coming in and doing events at your school, but obviously because of COVID, we're unable to do this, which is really unfortunate. But because we would normally offer you that lunch, we are now offering instead a £10 voucher for those of you that sign up today. So as long as you sign up today before 8 p.m, then you will receive a £10 Uber Eats voucher, and I'll send that to your email. A couple of things about the cover quickly, just before I finish, is on the application form, it just takes a few minutes to do. Just make sure that all of your details are correct. You need to be in either penultimate or final year. And yeah, just make sure all of your details are correct. If there are any mistakes, it sometimes takes a week or two for head office to notice and then get back to you, and it just prolongs that progression of your cover. At the end of the application form, we do ask for your bank details, but obviously don't worry at all. We don't take any money until the November that you qualify. And if you wanted to, you can cancel before that period, so that you actually don't end up paying for your cover. You just make use of the free membership that we do offer. The only reason we ask for your bank details now, and they do need to be correct, is because if you were to make a claim due to an injury, or you can track COVID or anything like that, then we can pay you straight away. So we would be paying you £210 per week for up to 2 years, or until you're ready to go back to university. So obviously we need to make sure that that money can go into your account without any issues, and we wouldn't want to hassle you requesting for your bank details. So that's the only reason why we request them now, and they do need to be correct for your application to go through correctly. So, but don't worry, we will let you know before any payments are taken in November that you qualify. And that's everything from me. So thank you so much. I'm just going to stop presenting now. Does anyone have any questions at all?
I think one question would be, could you please post the link onto the chat, just so people who can't use QR codes can access it, if that's all right?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was meant to do that at the start.
Not a problem. Yeah, that sounds absolutely fantastic. I think the £10 Uber Eats offer is going to be a big draw, if not the rest. Thank you so much. And for all the budding neurosurgeons in this group, just remember that elective cover abroad is very essential, and there are lots of neurosurgery electives abroad. So this is a very opportune moment. Thank you so much, Laura, for coming and talking to us today, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks very much. Bye, guys.
Bye. I'd like to introduce our next speaker for the day, Miss Venturini, who is an academic clinical fellow in Cambridge University. She's got extensive experience in working internationally. She's worked with the World Federation of Neurological Surgeons. She's worked with Incision, and she's worked with the WHO as well. So she knows what she's talking about when she's talking about international work. She's got an extensive focus on traumatic brain injuries. So over to you, Sarah, Miss Venturini.
Awesome, brilliant. So thank you very much for having me today and inviting me to speak to you. What I'll do over the next half an hour or so is talk you through what I think you can start to do now as a medical student, like most of you are, to set yourself up for a successful future, both in neurosurgery and beyond. And as Soham already said, I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee based in Cambridge, and here are my details in case you want to get in touch. There will be time for questions at the end, so please do make a note of anything that you want to ask, and I'll try my best to answer them. So let's get started. First of all, I just want to start with a little disclaimer, is that everything I'm going to say within the next little while is my opinion, and the advice I'm going to give is my advice. There isn't just one way to make it to neurosurgery, and everyone's journey is different all the way. And so please bear that in mind. I'm going to share with you a couple of examples of things that I have done along the way, and I just want to emphasize the point that those are just examples. They are not an exhaustive list of things that you absolutely have to do. So having said that, you might be here for me to tell you the answer to the question, how do I get into neurosurgery? Well, I'm afraid that there is no magic bullet to get in, and there's no fail-proof method that works 100% of the time. Some of you may be wondering, how can I score top marks at national selection? And we've all heard about the checklist and domains that we need to focus on when you try to apply for neurosurgery. Although it's important to have this framework in mind, over the next little while, I'm going to try and explain why I think your focus early on as a student shouldn't be just to tick boxes, but should be extend beyond that. What I'm hoping to do today is help some of those of you who may be feeling like this, like you want to go into neurosurgery and you feel that there's insurmountable obstacles in front of you along the way, and you don't quite know where to get started from. And also, I hope that I'll be able to help those of you who may be feeling like this. You might be here today and debating whether to take the red pill and dive into the world of neurosurgery, or take the blue pill and just forget about it and carry on with your life. And what I want to show you today is that there isn't just one way to make it into neurosurgical training. And I'll try to give you some concrete steps that you can use that will help you make those decisions. Because it's tough to make a decision, and also it's tough at times along the way. And to explain that, I want to use an example, and you might be thinking, what does this have to do with neurosurgery? But this curve up here is called the Dunning-Kruger effect curve, and it describes a cognitive bias that describes the stages we go through when we go from being a novice in a field to becoming an expert in a field. And it relates someone's confidence together with their knowledge of a specific topic. And what the graph describes is that usually when we learn about something that interests us, at the beginning, there's something that interests us, we get a spark, we know a little bit, and we have a surge of confidence. As we start to learn more about that topic, we suddenly realize the vast amount of knowledge that we still don't have. And our confidence usually dips to a low point. But as we keep on learning, slowly our knowledge in that field and our confidence start to both increase again until we become finally an expert. And you might think, why am I talking about this graph? What does it have to do with neurosurgery? Well, I think this has a lot of similarities with the steps that lots of students go through when they think about applying for neurosurgery. You're all here today, and I think usually we still start from a spark, some interest. Maybe you've been to theatre, you've observed an operation, maybe you've spoken with a mentor of yours, maybe you're here today and this is your spark. And usually we have that thought of saying, yes, this is what I want to do, this is what I see myself doing in the future. That's usually then followed by starting to look and do some research into what it is you have to do to get into neurosurgery. And that's when you find out about the competition, the difficulties along the way, and all the tick boxes that are out there. And this usually leads us to a low point in our confidence where we feel like it's too competitive, we're not good enough, there's no way we'd make it in, and so we maybe should just give up now. And I wanted to discourage you from having this dip in confidence, because I think what then happens is as you start to work towards your goal and put some concrete steps towards achieving this goal, your knowledge in the field increases, and together with that, your confidence in your own abilities also increases. And where you want to be at the end, when you are ready to submit your application, is that you want to be on the right-hand side of the curve, where you feel that your confidence is good and you feel that you're on the right track and you have a good chance of getting in as anyone else. And you might be thinking, how do I get to this point in the curve? That's the golden question. I think the way to get there is using a stepwise approach. It's not about luck, it's about being smart about the things you do. And so I'm going to talk you through my stepwise approach today. First, I'll talk about a few of the essentials, which are often forgotten about, I think, but I want to make sure that these are addressed today because they're really key. Then I'll talk about some additional experiences that you can use to build your experiences in neurosurgery and stand out, and I've broken them down into the categories that we all know so well about now. And finally, I'll talk about the decision-making process, which is really essential to coming to a conclusion. So what are these essentials, in my opinion? I think these are really core concepts that we all should know about, but often I think that overlooked and not really addressed when we talk about neurosurgery application or any other specialty application, and we focus on the extra things straight away. To me, these are the essentials. First, as students, you should focus now on learning good habits, have a good attitude, and having good skills. You should try and find ways to develop and grow your own confidence in your own skills. It's really important to try and find and keep good mentors that can support you along the way. And finally, it's really key to try and find that healthy balance that we've talked about today already. These things are things that are really important to develop now because it's much harder to pick up the pieces later on. But let's go a little bit more in detail. So what do I mean by developing good attitudes, habits, and skills as a medical student? Well, about attitude, I think it's really important now to focus on having an open mind to learning and being really open to any learning opportunities you have along the way within your core medical placements and otherwise. You need to learn now to be respectful of all your colleagues and peers that you work with within the team, and also to be proactive and find your own learning opportunities, and don't just sit back and just don't try to better yourself as a student. In terms of good habits, I think it's really essential to try and develop those key skills that help you. For example, becoming organized with your studies, don't leave things to the very last minute, and find ways to stay self-motivated along the way, because you'll need these things when you'll be working as a doctor, juggling various tasks. It's important to not avoid your core medical studies and to really pay attention to develop your core medical knowledge that will really be the base of your working life as a doctor. And in terms of core skills, well, it's really important now to take those opportunities your medical schools are giving you to develop those sound key clinical skills that, again, will form the foundations of you becoming a doctor. Together with that goes developing good communication skills that will help you work well within teams as a doctor. And in addition, you can start to work on basic research, teaching, and also basic surgical skills. So these things are much easier to pick up now when you have the chance and you're still learning, because if you develop bad habits, on the other hand, it's much harder later on to get rid of those. The other three parts of my essentials are all to do with developing your own network. We've heard people mentioning their own support network in other talks today, and I think this is really key. Having your own network is really important. Your network is yours, and therefore start from you at the center of it, but it extends beyond you. It's really important to find those people that are your mentors, and mentors can be anyone from neurosurgeons to people in other fields. These should be people that can advise you. Maybe they've been through what you are going through now, or maybe not. They should have your best interest at heart. And these are people that you should be able to go to if you're struggling. They should be able to support you and advise you when you need it. As well as your mentors, it's really important to have peers and your friends and people that are going through the same things as you are now, because these are people that you can share experiences with, share interests with, and also collaborate together. And I think having a strong network from being a medical student now is really what helps you to develop your own self-confidence, to have a good support system in there when things get tough, and also to maintain that healthy balance between the various hats that you're wearing. So what does your network look like? I don't know, but these are some of the pictures from my network. These are plenty of the people that I have met along the way and along the road that took me to neurosurgery. They're not all of the people in my network, but they're just the ones I found pictures of. And as you can see, there's professors from my medical school, professors to my BSc supervisors, to lots of peers and friends that I've met over the years. And these are people both locally and internationally. And this is really what makes the journey fun and enjoyable, and it keeps you going. So last thing I want to say about the network is that it can be as small or as large as you need it to be, but it has to fit you, because it's all about giving you support. And so this is something you can start to do from now. So I've talked about the essentials and things that you really should focus on initially, but now let's talk about some additional experiences that can make you stand out. First, let's talk about some clinical experience. You're all here, all wondering how you can get experience in neurosurgery. Well, first thing to say is that usually exposure to neurosurgery is limited within your core medical school placements. It's a small specialties, and therefore it doesn't have a lot of time allocated to it. So you need to be a little bit creative and usually be proactive in finding your own opportunities. Some of you may be lucky, you might have a supportive local department of neurosurgery that you can attach yourself to get experience. Some of you may not. I, for example, went to Leicester Medical School where there is no neurosurgery attached to it, so I didn't have a local department to access. And so if you don't have a local department to access, you can make use of other opportunities. These can be student-selected components or other short placements. You're finding your electives that are a good chance to see neurosurgery in other settings too. And you also spend time in related specialties relating to the neurosciences, for example. These are some of the pictures of places that I was able to visit during my medical school years, both in the UK and internationally. For example, we can see a picture here of the Walton Centre, where some of the speakers here today have been from, and some other pictures from my electives abroad. And all of these experiences together gave me really good insight into various aspects of neurosurgical practice. Last thing I want to say about your clinical experiences is that no matter where you go, whether you say local or not, if you get involved into surgeries and if you get involved in procedures, even if you're just observing, you should log your experiences. The e-logbook is a logbook of surgical cases that we all use as trainees as well. This is a really good way of evidencing the things you observe and the things you learn. It's a good habit to have one now, both because it helps you to keep you accountable, it teaches you to be organized, but also because you'll be able to show evidence of this when you end up applying for your training. There is also lots of emphasis on research, and you've heard today from many speakers talking about starting out in research and what research is about. And I think some of you will enjoy research a lot and will do lots of it. Some of you might decide it's not really their main passion, but I think everyone should give it a go to decide for yourself. I would recommend that you start with basic research skills, starting out with small projects with good supervisors that can support you and don't just leave you to deal with tasks that you don't know how to complete. And it's a really good habit to learn to follow projects through and don't leave them hanging with how finished, because that is not really good use of your time. You can use available opportunities, for example, intercalated degrees, if they're accessible to you, other research internship, or some research student selected component that some universities do offer. I did an intercalated BSc in my medical school. I was working in medical physics, looking at neuromonitoring, and this is where I really discovered my interest for research, which is something that I later on kept going. Alongside BScs and opportunities within your medical schools, there are also other ways to collaborate. You can do this locally or also join wider collaborative studies. For example, there are some of the organizations that are running collaborative research studies, and there are plenty others. For example, Global Surge, which is not on this slide now, COVID Surge, is looking at various studies impacting surgery due to COVID. And the BNTSC, which is the Neurosurgery Research Trainee Association, is also running collaborative studies. These are good things to be part of as a student already, because they teach you about the wider implication of research and working within larger teams. And finally, the last thing I want to say about research is that if you find an interest in a specific topic, it's important to follow it and grow it. Don't think that just because you're a student, you can't develop your own interest. In medical school, I learned that I was really interested in global health, and I was able to follow that interest within my electives and combine my passion for neurosurgery together with global health interest. One point to mention about research that I'm sure has been mentioned in other talks already is that you should be aware of not overcommitting. It's good to be enthusiastic and sign up to things and try them out, but all of these things take time, and you don't want to commit to too many projects that you then can't complete and get the reputation for the person that doesn't complete their own project. So be aware of your own time and commit to the things that you think you can realistically complete. Alongside research, but different to it, comes audit and quality improvement projects. These are good ways to be involved in as a student. They're good ways to show that you are involved in your own hospitals and you're involved in improving patient care within the teams. They don't all have to be neurosurgical. You can get involved in audits and quality improvement projects in any of your placements as a student. And I think the best way to get involved in this is to form a team. Forming a team with other students, as well as junior doctors, will mean that you're more likely to complete the tasks. It will also enable you to complete projects and complete full audit cycles, even if you've moved on from a placement, there may be somebody that's joining after you could complete that project. And it makes it more fun as well. You might ask, how do you get involved in any of these? Well, I think the best way is just ask. Any department in the hospitals will be conducting audits and try to improve their quality of care to patients. And so the best way is just to ask, especially the juniors on the team. We've all heard about teaching experience and how you might develop your own teaching experience as a student. You might think, I'm a student, I'm learning, why should I teach? Well, teaching is helpful to consolidate your knowledge as well. And you could start locally. There are plenty of teaching opportunities within various medical schools, both within the medical school itself, but also within student societies. And if you enjoy it, you could move on to develop some teaching resources. I enjoy teaching personally, and what I've done for the last few years, I've been involved in developing neurosurgery teaching resources for a website called Teach Me Surgery, which is free of access, and it allows us to provide teaching resources for people across the world that want to learn about neurosurgery. You could think about finding short-term commitments, for example, giving a lecture about a topic you like, or also long-term commitments if you want to have a more stable approach to teaching, for example, tutoring students in the years below you on a regular basis. You can try out different teaching styles, from lecturing to bedside teaching to small group teaching, and see what fits best with you and see the things you enjoy the most. If you then discover that you really enjoy teaching in the future, you could consider doing some more further qualifications in teachings that would put you towards a more teaching career within medicine. The really important thing is, no matter what teaching experiences you do, please do collect some feedback. It's important for two reasons. One is that it will help you get better at your teaching. If you reflect on your feedback and see what the students say about the way you teach, you can improve and get better. But the other way is that you'll be able to show this feedback as evidence of the teaching you've done when it comes to applying for training, both neurosurgery and beyond. I also want to mention about leadership experiences. These is a really broad topic, and there are plenty of opportunities to get involved in developing your own leadership experience as a student within medical school. There are plenty of societies, clubs, sports groups that you can get involved in. There are many local ones within your medical schools, and you should follow your interest for this. If there is something that isn't there, but you would like to set it up, you can set up your own group, which again would be a really good challenge to engage in. And if you find an area that particularly interests you, you then can move on joining national or even international groups, and you can further your interest and develop some more leadership roles. You may not think it, but you do realistically have more time now when you're in medical school compared to the time you'll have when you're a foundation doctor. And so it's important to make use of that time, and this is a time to try out anything that you think you would enjoy. It's important that you reflect on the skills you're learning through the experiences you have, because these are things you'll be able to use as examples to show the skills you've learned when it comes to going through selection process of various specialties. And here are some of the organizations that I was involved in as a student, and these are really what made medical school fun. I loved medical school, and part of it was being involved in things beyond the core curriculum. I really enjoyed research, and I was involved in my own research society with my medical school for the whole duration of time, which was really rewarding. And I was involved in a number of global surgery organizations, including Incision, which allowed me to meet a huge number of international medical students that otherwise I would have never met. Alongside the leadership experiences come anything else as extracurricular. And the two things really go together. I think the only point I want to make about anything else that's extracurricular is that there is a wide range of choice, and you shouldn't ignore your interests outside of medicine just because they're not academic. If you enjoy sports, if you enjoy arts or crafts or anything else, you can continue doing these things. I think they will still teach you really important transferable skills, and they will also help you to keep that really important balance. So what are my top tips for all of these extra experiences that you can develop? I've got two. Number one is that no matter what you do, you should try and maximize the yield from each activity. For example, if you undertake a research project, even if it's small, you should try and present it. You should try and write it up for publication. And if there's any awards that you might be able to enter for, you should enter those. And that is because you've made the effort, you've taken the time to complete that activity, you might as well make as much use of it as possible. And the second thing is that you should work collaboratively. We all know it's competitive. We all know about competition out there, but really I think you should learn to be competitive with yourself and work collaboratively with others. You achieve so much more when you work with other people, and it's much more enjoyable as well. Before we talk about decision making, I just thought I'd briefly mention a point about foundation years, because some of you might be in your foundation years and some of you may be final year students just about to start their foundation years. I think really this should be the time where you start to tie things up rather than starting lots of new things. And I've put the S in brackets because realistically, you don't have a lot of time if you're thinking that you want to apply for neurosurgery in FY2. You really have a year and a couple of months. I think number one priority of your foundation years would be to learn to be a good doctor. The academic things are, yes, important, but your number one is that this is the time you're going to develop your really core clinical skills as a doctor, and you want to have a really solid foundation. There are other things you can do that are not accessible to medical students, so you could think about specific courses and exams at this stage. It's important, if you can, to try and get a neurosurgery rotation, although there aren't many of those available. And if you can't get this, it's really good practice to try and do a taste a week. This will give you a good understanding of what life as a neurosurgery junior is like, and a more hands-on experience. And finally, this is a time where you really want to start preparing for recruitment and national selection and get all the evidence you've collected over the years in order. So let's talk about the final point of today's talk, decision making. How do you decide if neurosurgery is for you? Well, I don't mean watch lots of Grey's Anatomy and decide that you want to be like Derek Shepherd, but I mean the logical way. How do you decide? I think the key is to spend time in neurosurgery. You want to know if this is a specialty that really fits you as a person. I don't mean just going to theatre and watching all the cool aneurysm clipping cases, but I mean spending time in your department, spending time in clinics, spending time on the wards, spending time with the on-call team and the juniors that see the new admissions, to really see the whole spectrum. There are also the other opportunities we've talked about already, like elective and student-selected components that you can make use of. And the other thing about decision-making is that it's also about spending time in other specialties. Don't ignore your other medical school placements because you're focusing on neurosurgery alone. And this is because you might find out that along the way, there's something else out there that fits you better. And so, although it's important to find neurosurgery experience, also please do keep an open mind. The final point about decision-making is that it's all about asking why. And when I was deciding, I felt like I was in the why phase as a kid, when you keep asking why the whole time. I think asking why is really important, and it's important to try and understand what your own reasons when you're going into neurosurgery are. They have to be your own and they have to be valid to you. These reasons are important to question and revisit over time because things may change. You grow as a person and your life also changes. And so you should revisit this time and time again to make sure that those reasons still apply to you. So what is an ideal timeline to me about your decision-making process and your journey into neurosurgery? Well, I think everything starts in medical school, where you should focus first of all on those essentials and then build those extra experiences on top of those. And as you transition to being a doctor, you have a few more essential skills to develop in that transition process. The decision-making process really takes you all the way through until the day you submit the application. And some of you may join this journey very soon and will stay on it the whole time. Some of you may join and then leave. Some of you may join it, leave, and then come back again. And some of you may join it later on, and all of the options are okay. So there's a few things I would like you to remember along this journey. First of all, is that all your efforts to do all those extra experiences and get the experience you need should not feel like a chore. And if they do, I think that's the time when you should start to revisit your reasons and ask yourself why it's all feeling like a chore. Maybe you're burning out, maybe you've developed other interests. We should also start to normalize the fact that deciding not to do neurosurgery is not failure, and it's okay. It just means finding other interests, and nobody will be disappointed for that. Your mentors won't be disappointed because they will want you to do what best fits you, and therefore it should be allowed and okay to talk about. There will be highs and lows along the process. Things do get tough. Sometimes your projects will go to plan and sometimes they won't, and that's why you need a support network there with you to help you in those tough times. And also, it's really important to pace yourself. If you're going to stick with neurosurgery, you're in it for the long haul. Doing all those extra things doesn't stop the day you get your offer. It continues all the way through training. So there's a few messages I want to leave you here today. First of all, I think, and I hope I've emphasized enough, that I think we should prioritize those essentials that often we don't talk about often enough. You should focus on the whole process and enjoy it. It's not just about the end goal. You shouldn't spend years doing things you don't like. You should try as much as you can to avoid comparing yourself to others work collaboratively with others, but be competitive with yourself. And you should find your own ways to deal with change and also bounce back from failure. And finally, no experience you have is wasted, whether in the end you end up being a neurosurgeon or another type of doctor. So at the very beginning, I showed you this graph and I asked, well, how do we get yourself to the right-hand corner of the curve? Well, I think it's a mix of two things. First, you need inspiration. You need something that drives you into the field, but inspiration by itself is not enough. You then need action. You need concrete steps. And how do you get into action? Well, you need a plan. You need to know what you need to do. You need motivation to carry on going. And that comes both from you and also from your support network. And also you need enjoyment, because it's very difficult to motivate yourself to do things you don't enjoy. That's all I have for you today. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent advice. I think the number of positive comments in the comment section is a testament to that. Thank you so much.
Sharing my screen, is that?
Oh no, continue it up. Those are our contact details. Please take notes of that. So in terms of, I've had a few questions for you. Yeah. That's all right. I might just choose 2 or 3 and move on to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Who I just need to add as a co-host. Give me 1 second. So the first question really is, if you've just realized you love neurosurgery and it's F1 and you've got neurosurgery applications in a few more months from now, is it too late? And should you just wait until next year?
Very good question. That's not uncommon and it does happen, and people do completely fine. One of my colleagues here realized in their foundation years and they got in and did really well. I think the thing at that stage, if you realize you have an interest, first thing I would do is, if you have mentors in any specialties, reach out to them and have a sit down and think with them about your interest and about your plan and what you should do moving forward. You will have done things in medical school that you can still use, even though they may not be neurosurgical. So that's why it's important to collect all that evidence along the years, because there will still be plenty of things that you can use and put towards your application. If you want to apply, I don't think you should not do it and wait another year. You can try. I think, whether you decide in F1 or not, you should always be realistic and have a plan B, because everyone knows it's tough and nobody should just expect to get in first time around. And you should still try and build as strong an application as you can in that little amount of time. It may be that you've done enough and that's great. And if not, you could still use that as a learning opportunity and see where the gaps are and then try again the year after.
Perfect. Another question I think very pertinent to a lot of members. What if you really enjoy neurosurgery? What if you really enjoy reading about the research, but you really don't enjoy writing papers and doing data analysis and all that? What do you do then?
Good question. Everyone has parts of research they like more than others. I think it's all about finding the right question and finding the right topic and the team around you. I have to say research is a big emphasis in neurosurgery, but not all neurosurgeons are academics. You can be a purely clinical neurosurgeon and be familiar with research and be up to date with the research, but you don't have to be an academic to be a clinical neurosurgeon. And so if you decide that maybe the more academic component of the writing is not for you, that doesn't have to be as big an emphasis. It just depends on what your priorities are. Similarly, if you like research but just don't like some aspects of it, it's about learning, being a little bit disciplined if you want to get to the end goal, and also surrounding yourself with a team that supports you. And maybe someone in your team prefers doing some of the parts that you don't enjoy, and vice versa.
Perfect. And I'd just like to end on a topic that we kind of began the conference on, really. How should people get involved in global neurosurgery, and why is that important?
Good question. I could talk for an hour about this, but I obviously don't have that amount of time. I think that's a big interest of mine, and I was lucky to be involved in global surgery from being a student, really, from when it really all started back in about 2015. I think the way to get involved in global neurosurgery, and by the way, global neurosurgery just means neurosurgical practice across the world. It doesn't just mean global neurosurgery abroad. It means within the UK as well. It means within any country and any setting that you are in. So what I would try and advise you is just to read around the topic. There's a lot of online conversations that are happening about global surgery on the wider scale and also neurosurgery, and just engage in those conversations. There are conferences you can attend, especially now with COVID, everything is virtually, and just educate yourself about those key concepts of what global surgical practice means. And then as you go further down your training and you learn about specific areas that I think you get interested in and any particular specialist field, then you can contribute more to clinical practice, for example, and research. So I would start from being, educating yourself and seeing where that takes you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. As ever, if you have further questions, please do put it on the chat box and just make it to everyone, or specifically addressed to Miss Venturini. And if she has a moment, I'm sure she'll answer them. Thank you so much. Connor should be back to do the rest of the sessions, but I'd just like to say hi to our next speaker, Mr. Alex Boukas, who is actually one of the very first surgeons who introduced me to neurosurgery. So the very reason I'm here chairing this conference. So thank you, Mr. Boukas, and I'll pass it on to Connor.
Thank you, Soham. So, Sarah, another amazing talk. We're just on to the last two talks for today. So Alex, just to introduce him really quickly. He's a neurosurgical trainee. I think he's ST8 now, if that's correct, Alex. Yeah, good.
On the urgency, you might as well go to phone someone and say, I have a critically unwell patient, or if it's something that an advice that can wait a few hours, you just wait for the response and you should receive it in the next few hours. And they tend to work well when there is both sides basically are keen to make it work. But sometimes you may have to explain it a bit in more simple terms. So the summary of the on-call should not be what the picture on the left. You should stay cool always, because when you lost your coolness, it will be obvious, and critically unwell neurosurgical patients can be stressful for someone who has no experience for that. So therefore, you should be there to make sure the instructions that you give are followed. And even if it is over the phone, remain a calm manner and get the information you want and advise appropriately. Try to, if you are not working somewhere that they have an online system, just write things down. Information is very powerful tool, and it's the only tool you have. At the same time, you should educate the people who are reaching out and empower them. And always, and I'll just keep reminding that be polite. You need to remember that most conflicts in relation to neurosurgery, and that's again based on my experience, are related to system failures. It's not your fault that you are on the phone and someone else has tried 20 times to get hold of you. So there's no reason why you should go into an argument about that. You thank them for the patience, and then write down the information that are important. But then when it's time on an emergency to communicate with a consultant who is on call, you should be, again, accurate, laconic, succinct, and honest. And if you fail to get some information, that's fine. This is a learning experience as well. You should say, I'm sorry, I do not know. And this honesty, again, will get you a long way, rather than trying to cover up something along the way that because you forgot to answer. Sorry, before you forgot to ask. So you are now on a night shift, and you will go to a different handover, which is only between registrars with a consultant, sometimes over the phone, sometimes physically present there. And you need some key information. You need to know who is coming in, who needs to get admitted at the neurosurgery. You need to know what you need to operate overnight. And I put 2 asterisks there because this is where you should be very, you should spend the extra 5-10 minutes in order to gather all the information. A shunt patient, for example, a ventricular peritoneal shunt revision patient could be the most complicated thing that you will do in an on-call. You need to know what kind of sand, what it's already in, what kind of sand will go in, where you're gonna put it from, how many operations the patient had before, how sick they are, and all this information that sometimes it tends to be kind of summarized in there is a sand revision which is coming through, and then you find yourself at midnight saying, oh my God, what am I supposed to do now? You need to know also who is sick on the wards in ITU, so who might deteriorate if the registrar who was during the daytime is made aware of it, and also obviously who is on call. The best jokes in neurosurgery and stories that I've heard are from people calling the wrong neurosurgeon in the middle of the night and insisting that they're on call. So just be absolutely sure who you need to call when you need help. In terms of how you behave, as neurosurgery are big departments in big cities, you are covering millions of populations. So you know that you need to act locally. So you will be only present in one hospital, but you need to think regionally. So if your A&E wants to admit the 90-year-old patient who had a fall and he has a tiny speck of traumatic subarachnoid hemorrhage because it is a head injury, whereas you have to get the acute subarach with hydrocephalus from a hospital which is an hour away, then you know who you shouldn't doubt about where the bed will go to and where the old lady will go with the traumatic brain injury that she can be discharged a couple of days later. So think about that when you are on night shifts. So when again in one of the previous departments I worked, I created the 30-second rules, where basically within 30 seconds, when you are calling your boss in the middle of the night, you need to explain to them why you're calling them immediately. So I want to admit the patient with the acute subarachnoid hemorrhage, as this picture on the right. Or just to let you know, this massive intracerebral hemorrhage, I've said no to because they're 80 and they're on clopidogrel and they're GCS of 3. Or something like advice, really, where this is it looks like a brainstem bleed. It might be a cavernoma. Do you think I should bring them in? Or what do you think they should be admitted locally and we should get some further imaging first? And also, obviously, when you need to take someone to theaters, this patient with a caudate equina syndrome will need surgery tonight. You need to come in, as I'm not capable of doing it on my own. Okay. Also, they need to know the background, and these are the five pillars I use. So they need to know the age, some of the comorbidities. I don't think any of the consultant in the at 3 a.m. cares if the patient with who needs caudate equina surgery cares if they have if they have eczema, but they do care to know if they are on clopidogrel and why they're for. You develop a skill in interpreting the scans, and you should within one sentence be able to say what exactly the scan shows. And also relevant drugs such as I mentioned, NOACs, clopidogrel, aspirin, warfarin, whether there are any outstanding bloods, and also how the patients are. Okay, so a patient who is completely asymptomatic but had this outpatient MRI scan might not need surgery in the middle of the night, comparing to the same scan to someone who has double incontinence for the last 12 hours. And also, this is again, every opportunity that you speak to a consultant neurosurgeon should be a training opportunity. And you say and express what you think the plan should be. And you develop this kind of relationship with the consultants where they know your experience, they know your skills, and sometimes they will say, that's fine, are you happy, go ahead, or they will want some extra information, they might want to see the scans themselves, and they might ask you, what do you want me to know to do? So if you think that you cannot do something, you remember what we said, you need to be safe. So you will say, I want you to come in. I don't think I can do it, but I want you to come in and assist me, or I want you to come in because I can't clip this aneurysm, and so on. So, so when you are operating in theaters, obviously do something like that. Or should I put it differently? I've just scribbled down an obviously imaginary referral for a child who has a big clot, and you think that there is maybe an AVM. There's no previous comorbidities, and there is the child is intubated and ventilated, having had a low GCS with flexing on motor, and they're hemiplegic. You've already said that they need to come in. You've discussed with the consultant, and they need to be in theaters. And I make this kind of list all the time. You just take a piece of paper and write out what things you need to do in order to be safe and get everything that needs to be done as soon as possible. A lot of times you will be running around because these are time critical, very sick patients that they need to be transferred immediately, and they need to go straight to theaters. You might be try to bypass a lot of the bureaucracy that every hospital in NHS or everywhere in the world have. So a list of things that you need to do before you get your patient theaters or be safe to that is always helpful. So you need to, in this example, you need to inform the ED, because every child in Oxford will come via ED, no matter how sick they are, because then they can get stickers and things like that in order to be registered. The child will go to PICU, so they need to know. You need to inform the neuroradiologist, because you will need further imaging before you take the child to theaters. You need to know the blood results, and if they don't have any, you need to make sure that they are sent immediately when they arrive. You need to inform theaters, a pediatric anesthetist. You need to speak to the family, obviously, if you can, and make sure there is an appropriate consent. So again, when you are in theaters, the most important thing is you need to be safe. So you need to express very clearly to the consultant on call whether you are you think you are capable to do this operation, and also, if you can, you obviously express that you are your availability, and a clear message goes is very important. The last time that I had to open 2 theaters in the middle of the night because there was a child, as the one described before, plus a much more simple operation, a block external ventricular drain, but which needed to go to theaters immediately. I spoke to the pediatric neurosurgeon on call, and I said, you need to come in, you need to start the operation, because I will be next door doing the other operation, and I will join you immediately after. And as I said, and I will say it again, safety is the most important thing. You need to be open about what you can do and what you can't do. No consultant likes someone who says, yes, I can clip this aneurysm when they're ST4. Okay, this is something that will raise a lot of eyebrows and will not be perceived as safe practice. And also, okay, what you shouldn't do. Obviously, don't be a psychopath, and don't stress, because the panic that if you get panic, everyone else around you will panic. Okay, so make sure that you have the blood test. Make sure you are doing the right operation on the right patient on the right side. Spend extra 5-10 minutes when you're positioning the patient. Even in the most acute setting, a bad positioning will mean that you will spend more time trying to access the problem while you're operating. So you're actually saving time, even though it feels as a junior that it's not. Try to show a safe technique, and don't get stressed. But even if you are stressed, this is why there is someone else above you who might help. And certainly This has helped me in the past, and there was a time where, not in an emergency, but in an elective, where the consultant thought that I will be something that we'll be doing. I had a chat with him and I said, today I'm not in the right place to operate. Is it okay if you do the operation and I will assist you? And that again was perceived as a safe thing to say, rather than say, yes, I can do it, and then demonstrate that you can't, okay? And then the next day, after you've done everything and you admitted all the patients, you operated, you go to the same meeting, and you will be handing over to your colleagues who are coming after you. A few things about theaters. When you're seeing patients for theaters, and this is in an elective setting, you need to be prepared. A lot of consultants, they do enjoy, and they do offer more training opportunities to a registrar, trainee who has followed the patient's journey. So who has seen the patient in clinic, they spoke to him, they spoke to the family, they've examined them, and then when there has been a decision about surgery, they consented the patients themselves. You need to study the scans, you need to study the anatomy, and you need to study surgical nuances, and do that for every case. You will learn every day on this job. There's not a single day that I've left a neurosurgery theaters having not learned something different. Different consultants do things differently, even the smallest things, even the way that you secure an EVD, to the way that you will approach a picomannerism. Every day it can be a learning opportunity. There are online, these days there are lots of online videos about every operation. I tend to spend at least an hour the night before, when there's an elective theater the next day, where I read about the operation, read about the anatomy, and watch some videos. To remind myself the anatomy, to remind myself the operative anatomy, and then apply the next day. Makes the experience more fun and also more educational. Neurosurgery has lots of toys, and you will find yourself playing with all of this when you are a registrar. From the basic, well, more basic one, which is a cranial ultrasound, to a very advanced image guidance, to using robots, endoscopes, and also obviously microscopes, and more recently exoscopes, which are great for training, because then you have a 3D screen, and you can appreciate the depth as well from the surgeon while they're operating. And also, there's so many innovation going on in neurosurgery. As I said, endoscopic neurosurgery is a field which is expanding every day with extending approaches. Awake neurosurgery, we push the boundaries of neuro-oncological patients by operating while they're doing tasks awake, or functional neurosurgery, again, with the patient awake, where you can actually see the effect of your intervention real life, which is quite impressive. And also robotic surgery as well. Who would have thought that we use robots to put pedicle screws 20 years ago? But now this is something that is becoming more and more popular. And now so we've done the on-calls, which are fun, can be fun. We've done theaters, and we're in clinics. Please don't be like that. You should be someone that patients love you. You should be the patient's advocate from the day you meet them in clinics. Be polite. Again, listen to them. Sometimes even the patient who has a million problems and is very dissatisfied, just listening to them can be all they want. Even if you can't offer them an operation, listening to a patient sometimes can solve lots of their problems and yours as well. And also try to discuss every case. I still do it. I've recently passed my exams, but I think every case again can be educational, because you kind of, depending on your level, you try to make a plan for yourself, and then discuss that with your boss. And you will sometimes you will surprise how many times, you know, the small detail that you forgot about, how can change a plan, and this can be a learning experience that will progress you in your career. So how do you work with a consultant neurosurgeon? So this is the summary, basically. This was described to me by my first boss as a registrar. So there's always things that you fuck up and things that you solve. And what you need to do is you need to solve a lot more from the problems you create. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, sorry. So so you will always create some problems, and this is expected. The consultants know that. But what you need to do, you need to be able to solve much more than you create. And that's the key to the successful registrar, really, because if you are trusted as someone that solves problems, then the attitude of your consultant with your presence in theaters will change. He will want to teach you more, because he knows that if you teach you more, he can trust you with more, and you will make his life easier. So this should be completely imbalanced, but this is the summary of how to work with someone. Try to be as helpful as you can to solve the problems, and then and you will see that your the training that you will get will massively improve. And then, of course, towards the end, there is an exam, which is personally speaking, was the most difficult exam I've ever had in my life. I'm not sure whether it was supposed to be like it was. It's an experience. It's an experience that celebrates your learning so far. However, it's something that I personally think there's not much of an excuse of failing it, having worked in this in your surgery department for a long time. So prepare early. Use every learning opportunity. If you learn about a new syndrome today, don't leave it for tomorrow. Just read about it there and then. And read it again the same night, or go and see the patient with a rare syndrome, so it will imprint it in your head. Books are great, but the clinical experience, when it's based on when it's alongside with books, is much more important. And also, at some point you will pass your exams, and then you will reach the point where you will start looking for consultant jobs. And this is the only slide that I have, which is really not. I didn't want to have any fun memes from the office. This shows how many post trainees are at the moment without a consultant jobs who have completed the training. And the trend is upwards, and it's going to get worse over the next few years. And it's quite, we are not entirely sure for how long this will last, but it's a real problem at the moment. That means that you may potentially end up, after 8 years of training, having sacrificed hours and countless hours of your life, and you will hit a dead end, and you will not be able to get a consultant job. And this is very frustrating to think about it. So I don't want to discourage anyone, but I want you to have that in mind, that if you apply for a neurosurgery, you should be, you either need to have a backup plan, or you need to be 100% sure that you want to do neurosurgery. I was 100% sure. I was 1,000% sure. And this graph, even though it should scare me, it doesn't scare me, because I'm just gonna persevere, and that's how I got where I am at the moment. But if you think that you are in two minds, listen again to what Akbar has said before in his presentation. If you want to do spinal surgery, maybe orthopedics is better. If you want to do endoscopic surgery, maybe ENT will give you more opportunity to do endoscopic surgery. Or if you like trauma, maybe general trauma on orthopedics can be also quite interesting as a specialty. However, if you really want to do it, I would be fully supporting anyone who wants that to carry on. But keep in mind that you might end up in a dead end, or if you have second thoughts, have a backup plan in your mind. Okay, and this is and it's important to have that honest conversation with yourself as soon as possible, as early as possible, because you don't want to have no one wants you to have any delusions about what you can achieve in 10 years after spending 10 years of doing neurosurgery. So thank you very much for the invitation again. I hope you found this useful, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Brilliant, thank you. Thanks very much, Alex. I think in the interest of time, we're just going to ask one question, if that's okay. You've got quite a few, but if I'm okay to email them to you afterwards. I think the first one that got asked was, what advice do you have? I think this is one that's really pertinent for everyone. What advice do you have for dealing with difficult colleagues or superiors? Because having conflicts with them can be quite detrimental to patient care.
I think the most important lesson I've learned in the last 10 years is that no matter how hard you try, you will never be liked by everyone. It's impossible. If you're liked by everyone, then you're doing something wrong. But that doesn't mean, but your priority is patients, and you should always have that patient safety is your ultimate priority. I don't have to like the registrar colleague who is on a day shift or on a night shift, but if we can have an efficient handover, then I have no problem with sitting down for 10 minutes and discussing the handover amongst themselves. There are always ways of escalating problems. The first time I dealt with a challenging colleague, I was very junior and I had to deal with someone on the final year of the training who was quite difficult with me. I reached out to other registrars and asked them, and I got really remarkable advice, and I followed that, and it turned out to be very useful. There's always I think what you will find in your surgery in the majority of the times, it's a very difficult job. It's a very stressful job, and people tend to bond together. And even if you don't bond with everyone, you will find that you will have friends forever from there, which are not just colleagues, are really friends. And being a small specialty, you will see each other all the time. So I still have friends from Newcastle. I still have really good friends from London, and we still catch up about things and when we're dealing with something difficult. So that shouldn't discourage you from anything. Reach out for help and find amongst your peers, and the majority of the times you will get it. But as I said, you don't have to like everyone.
I think that's some really, really great advice, Alex. Thanks very much. I would love to ask you the other questions, but I just think at the moment, we're running a bit behind. But thank you so much once again. Thank you for giving up your time to come and speak for us, and I think it was a really great talk. Okay, so we're going to move on to the final speaker today. I'm sorry for disappointing the chat. But Alice Jenkins will kill me. We've got the final speaker. I'm very happy to introduce him. Very inspiring story as to how he got into neurosurgery and his journey overall, I think, which is great to end what's been a really wonderful day. Alan Hall is the first member of his family to actually go to university, and he went to Glasgow Medical School. From there, he set up the Glasgow Neuro Society, which over the previous over 6 years has gone on to become a real national leader in pretty much student-related neuro activities. And he's been able to acquire through that work an amazing connection of companies from Emirates to major airline companies as well to sponsor him and his organization to help bring speakers across from Harvard and pretty much John Hopkins, and I think it's going to be my absolute pleasure to introduce him to talk about his story.
Well, thanks very much, guys. It's been a real honour to come here today and present this final talk. I'll try and keep it quite brief because I know everyone's quite tired. I think Connor just wanted, first, thanks for the invitation. I think this is really just about coping with failure. I think the committee was quite keen to create a talk about this, and I think it's really kind of the main objectives of this talk is firstly to cover what I think kind of failure involves and trying to overcome it. Secondly, just to try and relate failure to the couple of examples I've had in my career to date, trying to relate it specifically to the trainees here today, and then thirdly, try and relate it to the national selection bit at the end, just to try and provide some context, really. So, I suppose, well, firstly, why did I get into neurosurgery? So I was quite keen in neuroscience to begin with, early exposure to anatomical dissection in the university as well, and so the two together really kind of inspired me to follow, to try and to pursue a career in neurosurgery. And I think also the brain is obviously an inspiring area of research and one of the last frontiers, and it essentially creates life in human civilization as we know it, from the law and politics to finance and engineering, technology and entertainment industry. So it really is a fascinating organ, and feel very privileged to be actually involved in neurosurgery from that point of view. So just generally, so neurosurgery is obviously, it's extremely competitive and requires you to consistently achieve high standards. And sometimes that can make you feel as if failure isn't an option, and that really isn't the case. Obviously, with failure, you want to try and keep it to as minimum as possible, but just appreciate we're all human beings, and failure will happen at some point in our lives and in our career as well. And you also have to have insight, and this is important particularly for clinical practice as well. You need to be able to identify your weaknesses and your failures, because if you don't appreciate them and don't know what they are, then you can't change and improve upon them. So it's very important that, as I say, neurosurgery is extremely competitive, and it takes a lot to get there, from getting into medical school right the whole way through to meeting clinical competencies and getting through the national selection process as well. So it's particularly when you get to the kind of application stage in neurosurgery and when applying to national selection, if you don't get in, you can feel quite deflated, because it's perhaps the first bit of failure you've had in your career to date. So I think having coping mechanisms and how to deal with it is actually quite useful as well. So so as I say, at some point people will fail. You will fail at some point in your career, whether that's being unable to put in a cannula in as an FY1, or as a registrar being unable to do a procedure in which you need to get help with. So I need to aim to try and keep it to a minimum, however, and try and most importantly learn from your mistakes. That's really the key point, and even better to try and learn from others. So hence, I suppose, why the committee wanted to try and organise a talk like this. So if I can tell you a little bit about a couple of the stories that I've had, and you try and learn from them so you don't make the same mistake, then that's perfect. So, and just in terms, it's good to try and have a kind of a strategy involved in this, and to try and overcome failure. And for me, I kind of have a 4 kind of stage process. So you kind of pause, you reflect, you inquire, and you change. And just to give you a couple of examples, so fortunately, the 2 failures I've had in my career, it's not being totally devastating failure, but firstly, first year medical school exams. So unfortunately, I failed those, and also my first attempt at organising an educational conference back in 2011. So, and I thought, given the audience, these 2 examples would be quite good and quite relatable for your guys' point of view. So firstly, first year medical school. So yeah, I failed my first year medical school exams. It was by a very narrow margin, but it felt extremely deflated. It was my first year in university, and it's very easy to try and look for excuses when you fail, you know, oh, if only it had been this or it had been that or this circumstance. So at the end of the day, if you failed, you failed, and you need to try and recognize that and try and, you know, overcome it. So I initially took the initiative to approach my advisor of studies early on, asked the medical school for feedback if possible, and in short, the feedback I got, my answer was generally quite good, but I just ran out of time. So by reflecting on that failure, I kind of found out that time management was really my main issue at that stage, and actually that served me very well because, for example, the MSRA exam that you have to sit now as part of national selection has really strict time criteria, and if you don't answer each question within a specific amount of time and then you run out, then that could be the difference between getting shortlisted or not. So that was one of my examples. And so what did I learn from that first example? So just using the 4 stage that I say, this is a personal thing for me. This might not work for everyone else. It just underlined the basic principles of what was quite useful to reflect on failure. So kind of pause. So I recognize that I failed my exam. There's no excuses. You know, you can't say, oh, if only this question come up, that question. No, I failed my exam. I failed to reach the required standard. Why and how did I fail? So reflect on that and how, try and begin the investigative process. So inquire, find out the answers to the why and how. So was it a surprise? Did I feel that I should have passed the exam based on my own performance? And this shows a bit of insight as well. And then finally change. So make the changes required so you don't make the same mistake again. And that's really the critical aspect of any failure. And your seniors will tell you that as well. Seniors, in general, in my experience, don't mind if you fail things, as long as it's something obviously not too disastrous. But if you don't learn from it, that's when, you know, it looks quite bad. So again, applying that 4th stage to the situation. So I recognized that I failed my exam. I didn't look for excuses. I took a day to kind of take my mind off it. And that's the kind of luxury you might have with something academic, from the academic point of view, whereas clinically you don't tend to have that luxury, because if you fail to do something, you generally have to move on quite quickly to the next task. So it's very important that you kind of, you know, that's a luxury sometimes you have with exams that you don't perhaps have in the clinical environment. So reflect. So why did I think I'd failed? Was it a surprise? It wasn't really, because I felt I'd run out of time, but I was hoping I'd done enough, which obviously I hadn't. And then inquire. So I took the initiative to arrange a meeting with both my advisor and your director, which surprisingly that wasn't compulsory back then, and because it was just the first sitting. So, and change. So feedback suggested that, yeah, my answers were correct, but I just ran out of time. So therefore, time management was a critical area that I had to work on from that point of view. Just trying to move this on, but it seems to have kind of stuck a little bit. Sorry guys, I'm trying to move this on here, but it's not seemed to.
Okay. You could try unsharing your screen, Alan, and then sharing it again.
Oh, that's it now. So this is just a kind of schematic representation of the kind of technique I use. So you kind of pause, you reflect, you inquire, and you change. And once you make the changes, if they don't work, then you just kind of go through the process again. So to say, this is a technique that I use, and say you just need to find a technique that essentially works for you as well. And so the other kind of probably more relatable to today's audience is the failure at the first attempt to organize the educator conference. So Connor very kindly kind of gave a kind of outline of what I've done, but it didn't start off like that by no means. So this was part of the work within your society, and back in 2011 I wanted to organize an international conference, partly because I wanted to generate enthusiasm within the medical school and my peers, but also because I wanted to see, you know, what other kind of clinicians in other countries, how they practice and how they differ in their clinical practice, and also the hindsight of knowing that you get a few points for that. But I think the critical issue was that society had only been running for a few months, so I think clearly I'd just taken on a bit too much too soon from that point of view. And so I think it's important to, you know, it's important to realize, again, your limitations. Don't take things on that you can't handle too soon. I think just the enthusiasm and the eagerness maybe took over a little bit there. So as I say, sticking a little bit, moving on to the next slide. I'll just give it a minute. So yeah, so just sticking a little bit. I'll just give this a minute. sorry guys, it seems to be sticking a little bit here. Here we go. So, failure at the first attempt. So essentially what happens, so essentially struggled recruiting funding. That was a big issue. One of the main speakers also had to cancel, and because they got date mixed up. But that was an onus on me. I should have confirmed earlier on. So, and then one of the committee members had to leave due to involvement in other societies, and then the venue hire costs became too expensive. So there was several areas of failure that I experienced in that first attempt. And again, you can blame other people. You can say, oh, if such and such had done this, or if at the end of the day, I was the one kind of wanting to organize it. I was the one leading it. So it was my failure. It was a failure on me. So again, it's all about recognizing your failures and recognizing when these things happen. And so what essentially happened, well, I had to take the decision to cancel the conference. And fortunately, it was a relatively early on process. So again, this was about decision making. I had to take the decision that whilst there was no exchange of finance and everything was relatively early on, I had to take the decision to cancel it, which I think was the best decision at the time, but by no means was an enjoyable experience. In fact, it was pretty horrendous at the time, but that's the decision I took. So applying the kind of this four-stage process, so you recognize also I had failed to organize a conference. Yep, there were some circumstances that were out with my control, but ultimately it was my responsibility. Reflect what went wrong. So essentially the big thing was I took too much on too quickly, and I think, as I say, I think eagerness and enthusiasm kind of overshadowed the judgment there. Failed to confirm the details, to say, with the speaker, and should have kind of had more robust recruitment measures for committee members. For example, any members who want to apply, to make sure they're able to commit their appropriate amount of time. So these are all the kind of key things I took away from that. Inquire, so didn't take enough time to plan and should have started off smaller events to build up the reputation. And I think these are kind of learning points that I took away from that. So essentially, what did I do differently in terms of implementing change? So concentrate on smaller activities, so organize local smaller talks, clinical skills, and also approach local clinicians, and Professor Teasdale, who was very helpful as well, and funding from local organizations as well. And I think implement recruitment criteria. So all these were all about kind of reflecting and kind of trying to see where it went wrong in the past and instigating the change. But overall, improve my organization and time management skills, and also improve your communication skills. So great thing like these that NANSIG do in a absolutely fantastic ways. It allows you to build your communication, prioritization. It's all transferable skills, which stands you in good stead as a clinician, but also for national selection as well, just to prove to your seniors that you're suited to a career really in neurosurgery. So yeah, just sticking a little bit again. So yeah, essentially that's what I find really useful about these society activities, and the usefulness cannot really be underestimated, I think, from that point of view. So try again. Sorry, it's just sticking every so often, so just give it a minute. So I think, yeah, as I say, it's really very important that you have a technique that you're able to implement in terms of four-stage process. Works for me, it doesn't work for everyone else, but it's just trying to find a way that you're able to overcome this, particularly when you go into, if you're fortunate enough to get a number in neurosurgery. It's a very intense specialty, and when you're on call, and what you've heard from the previous speaker is, you will come across a lot of conflicting situations where you have to think quickly, you have to deal with pressure, and you also have to deal with failings as well, and you need to have a robust mechanism in order to achieve that. So sorry guys, it's just sticking a little bit again. So essentially, did it work? So the changes that are implemented did actually work. Well, as again, I attempted to organize a conference in 2013. Again, we had a committee meeting early on, and we made sure that there was people who could take over roles if someone had to leave in the committee, so it minimized the disruption. And we approached funding bodies much earlier on and conveyed clear aims of the conference. So we started a little bit bigger, not the kind of international conference I initially wanted to host, but it was just taking gradual steps. But I only did this because I was able to recognize my failures and try and implement changes to try and overcome them. And so we made sure the events were costed, and we've managed to secure major funding from the BA, and this in turn allowed us to get a speaker from Johns Hopkins, and recruited a total of 3 speakers. So very much a gradual increase. It wasn't going marching on to a big international conference. So, and one of the committee members actually had to leave, unfortunately, due to personal problems. But because of this new strategy I'd put in about making sure other people were there to take over the role should that happen, it was quite a seamless takeover. So, and so several funding bodies came in because of that, and we confirmed the timings with the speakers. So, and in the end, the conference was quite full, and it was a very enjoyable day. But crucially, I wanted to get feedback, and this is probably I would say to all the juniors here today, is if you have a failure and you're having strategies to implement change, and you make that change, try and get feedback on how you're doing. So external feedback, not feedback from yourselves or biased feedback. And that's essentially what I did from Professor Jowell, who was our speaker from Johns Hopkins. So I essentially asked him, would you mind just giving us a bit of feedback in terms of what you thought? He very kindly gave us this written feedback. So again, he thought presentation was good, the logistics was good, and that was absolutely fine. So just to give you a bit of an indication from that point of view. So, but yeah, no, that was worthwhile doing. Sorry guys, this is sticking again, so hopefully it won't take too long. So yeah, so anything, it's just like any kind of audit, anything really in life. If you're failing at something and you're trying to make a change, and you do make a change, then try and get some form of feedback. You should be doing that really in your continuing medical practice from that point of view as well. So yeah, try and get some feedback. So what did I learn? So it's essentially all about time management. So my time management improved, organization, planning improved, communication improved, people management and leadership skills improved, and working with the team. And you can see that all this is quite relevant to your clinical situation, and also it's relevant to national selection as well, because your consultants need to make sure that you have got all of these traits. They want to be able to make sure they're hiring the right people for the job, which is really, really important as well. So what did I learn overall from the experience? Well, I then organised a national conference 2014, and then an international one finally in 2015 with Professor Martuza from Harvard. And again, this is all a gradual imprint. It's all about, I wouldn't have been able to do this if I hadn't implemented ways of coping with failure. It's been very easy to go back and think, okay, I failed, I'm not going to bother again, but it's just about reflecting. And again, he very kindly gave us some feedback, which I asked him to provide some feedback. So he very kindly, again, said, good confidence, good organizational skills, and that's absolutely great. So it's very important to get external unbiased feedback that you can, it gives you some self-recognition that, okay, you can be a bit more reassured that I've managed to achieve this. And then finally, the last point I'll just say is the International Conference with Professor Burr in 2016. This was the last one I did. And again, it was a continuation of being able to overcome failures, continuing to self-improve. And this is what we managed. So this is just to show you that if you go back to 2011, I'd kind of failed with funding, I'd failed with getting the speakers, I'd failed with quite a few things, and now kind of 5-6 years later, as we managed to get quite kind of substantial funding, we got a couple of good kind of validated speakers. We're very honoured to have Mr. Jenkins attend as well, so yeah, essentially we managed to overcome that. So it's really just to kind of show you that these things can be done. And then that was we got some feedback from Professor Brown as well. So again, asked him, would you mind giving me feedback to see how you think you've done, and trying to again continually improve from failure from that point of view. So essentially it's all about trying to work about things and trying to overcome your failures in a realistic way. And you've got to do these things gradually, and that was the point of just showing you these incrementally. I didn't go from that to then organize a big conference, because it would have been unrealistic. So but anyway, so that was just a short. And this was the end result. So we managed to go from what was a failure back in 2011 to manage to build up a kind of faculty of support for the society, and genuinely getting feedback all the time from speakers to see, is there things I could have been doing better? Is there things that I need to improve upon? And it helps you to grow personally as well from that point of view. So, and so briefly, the last point is just about the national selection process. I thought it'd be worthwhile just quick covering this, just given the audience. So obviously the majority of people who won't be successful in national selection. It is a very competitive process, and there's several hurdles to overcome. And you just need to prepare yourself as best as possible, really, from that point of view. So again, what happens if you don't get a number? Because I think today is a lot about, which is absolutely brilliant about how you can get a number, the best things you can do to get a number, but what happens if you don't get a number? So you need to essentially pause and recognize and accept that you have failed to get a number. You know, very easy again to say, oh, if only this topic had come up, if only it had been this way. But at the end of the day, if you don't get a number, it means you haven't met the grade to get a number, and that's just the hard fact you need to face and think with it. Then reflect. So what step did you fail? Was it the online part? Was it the SJT part? Was it the interview part? And that will help guide you in terms of how you can overcome that failure and just kind of improve yourself, improve your way of potentially of thinking as well. And then finally inquire. So if possible, ask for some feedback, which you can now get, I think, with the interview as well. And also talk to someone who actually did get a number. I know it's quite difficult sometimes, but clearly they did something that you didn't manage to do. So always, again, it's always about getting feedback and trying to improve your way, trying to prove yourself as best you can, and then change. So if it was a CV, try and look at the areas where you need to score more points in. Was it one area, or was it across the board that you didn't feel you did very well? And if it's the MSRA, perhaps you need to start revision a bit earlier on, or maybe study a bit more comprehensively. And if it's the interview, then again, look at the feedback candidates now receive that you get. Look at the stations. You know, was it a particular station, or was it a certain aspect of each station? So knowledge or professionalism from that point of view. And perhaps you just need to practice a bit more as well. So, and only by reflecting on this will you be able to you know, increase your chances for next time, obviously. And so just kind of finally to wrap up, so the take-home message is really, it's all about kind of failure. It is deeply unpleasant, you need to try and avoid it as much as possible. That's the key thing. So yes, you need to have mechanisms to deal with failure, but you want to try and avoid failure as much as you possibly can. Learn from others and learn from yourself as well, which is very, very important. Again, that's part of the GMC, all about reflection and trying to improve and get feedback as well. And be prepared for when things do happen, because spoke at the time when I was applying for national selection, spoke to a few of my other registrars, and they said you will fail at some, undoubtedly fail throughout your neurosurgical training at some point. So, and it's a high pressurized environment, and you're always achieving for excellence. So you just need to have robust ways to try and deal with that from that point of view. And then the last bit is just doing your best to minimize it and prevent it, really, and recognizing when it does happen. But in general, unless it's a completely catastrophic failure or it's a career-ending failure, you generally can recover from it and improve and things. And that's really it. It's you're improving to make yourself the best possible clinician for your patients and general person as well. So yep, I think that's the last slide. So thanks very much for your time. That's been great to come in. You're very welcome to get any email if you want to ask any questions or advice. But yeah, thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alan. Thanks for another fantastic talk to bring the talks to a close. I think we've got the one question for you. I think someone said it might be a bit of a silly question, but they're curious. Did you ask those supervisors to format and sign their feedback for you, and how did you go about doing it? That's what I'd like to know, at least.
Yeah, so essentially, so at the time I asked the speakers, essentially, look, I've had a bit of difficulty in the past. So essentially, in 2013, I asked them, Prof. Jal, I said, look, would you mind giving me some feedback in terms of what you think areas for improvement? Essentially, that's all I did. It was just very much of, could you give me feedback in terms of how you think I could improve? And that's how they gave me that. That's where I got those from. So it was very much a case of, I would like some feedback from this conference, just as an external body. And I think that's an important thing. You know, it's very easy for others to say, oh yeah, and this went well, this went good, but it's very good to get an external, unbiased feedback from someone, because that's more objective, and the more objective it is, the better for you, and the better for it is for, I think, most people as well. So
well, thank you, Alan. That's brilliant, and I think it's a really good model, kind of that you've established for people who are really passionate to follow, kind of regardless of who they are and regardless of their situation, which I think is really inspiring.
No, that's great. Perfect. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Alan. Thanks very much. Okay, so Soham, I will pass it on to you, my friend.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I just want to say, I know it says welcome, but we're coming to the end of the day. So before I pass it along to the SBNS president, Mr. Jenkins, who's been with us throughout the whole day, judging everything, overseeing everything, just doing an excellent job of coordinating the conference, really. Just wanted to thank you all for filling in the pre-conference certificate. I've seen a lot of you donated to Shout. If you haven't, please do right now. We're really passionate about supporting it. You've seen a lot of our work this year has been about promoting mental health, mental well-being, diversity. We as a committee are really proud of the fact that that's what we've been focusing on this year, and health equity is something we all feel really passionate about. So please do donate and help even out some health inequities in society. And for those of you asking, here is the post-conference feedback, and I'll pass it along to Mr. Jenkins.
Well, I think it's been a fantastic day. I think I made it very clear at the beginning that I'm not a massive fan of Zoom meetings. This is one of the best I think I've ever been at. It's extremely well organized, and I got cross, and a couple of us got cross at the beginning about the technical hitch. It was absolutely not the fault of anybody here. You've all done a really brilliant job. You're all tech wizards compared to me. And so whatever it was, I'm afraid that's at the door of Mr. Zoom. So yeah, a lot of academic stuff, which is symbolized by this picture. It's actually my daughter graduating, which is completely irrelevant, but I like it. And a fair amount about this as well. This, some of you may recognize this as a trigeminal nerve being crushed by not one, but 3 arteries. And just the lovely view of that being gradually decompressed, a bit of Teflon put in. And that's what I think attracts most of us to it. But what is wonderful about a day like today is hearing about all the other aspects of neurosurgery. It's such an exciting, such a wide-ranging thing. And I think today's papers really blew me away. They were absolutely superb. This, as I said, I said to Hutch, I need to find this picture, and I found it. This is the meeting he was talking about, with a kind of catalogue of 2010's presidents in the picture in Chennai. Lovely, wonderful time, but just to remind us of these other aspects of neurosurgery, the travel, the fellowship with other people. But neurosurgery is not all about this. We've seen a lot of fancy tech, we've seen a lot of equipment. This sort of operating theatre would cost millions. Even that little operating C-arm there would cost you, well, hundreds of thousands of pounds. And that just is not everything there is to neurosurgery. And I was so pleased today to see several papers about low middle income countries, including Hutch's, of course, and the wonderful one we had from Cameroon. And then, the pediatric low middle income country head injury thing, absolutely wonderful, because we mustn't forget that this is really what we have to deal with. If you think the vaccine wars with Europe are something exciting, just wait till we see the more international vaccine wars. So thank you very much indeed. I will just close with, I think, the prize giving. Now, how would you like to do that, Connor and Soham?
So I'll pass it over to Connor and you, but if we can do it as poster first, and then as runner-up for oral, and then the oral prize winner.
Yeah. Okay, well, Connor, it's your show. You and Soham, you do this. I'm just a figurehead.
No, Mr. Jenkins, honestly, it's, I've got, if you like, I've got the PowerPoint with all the names of the winners, so that might help.
Oh, no, well, I've got the names, but yeah, pop up the names. That'd be a good idea. If you've got a PowerPoint, that'd be fantastic.
Sure thing. Just be a second, guys.
I would just like to say that this was not easy. And Sarah, on the one hand, and Hutch on the other hand, and I spent a good deal of time just saying, well, how do you sort out, for the Latin scholars, the primum inter, I said German, inter pares of that, the first among equals, because they were all excellent. By the time you get down to 5 from a group like you, we're talking about really, really top quality papers. And I'm not talking about top quality for students. I'm talking about top quality for anybody. This is really high quality stuff. And so much so that we started off with 2, and then we thought, for God's sake, we can't even choose between the top 3 of the posters. Now, we heard earlier on that it's a very good idea to have your name at the beginning of the alphabet. So I think in reverse alphabetical order, George Richardson, who the first of the posters, I thought what I liked most about yours was actually the wonderful, the way you turned what should be a slideshow into a flow diagram. It really worked extraordinarily well. And I think that's something we could all take something from. Yasim, I didn't hear yours, I'm afraid. I had to go out, and but Hutch told me that was absolutely superb. And Saisunda, I heard yours as well, and I liked particularly about yours the very surprising conclusion. I think one of the things that reassures us about science is when it doesn't come up with the answer that we thought it would. And that, I think, is extremely important, because then at least we know there's been some, it's more likely there's been some element of honesty there. So well done, all of you, for the posters. That's very good. But as I say, they were all absolutely superb. And please, those of you who did not figure on this, do not be disappointed. Well, you're going to be disappointed, but don't be too disappointed, because you were, as they say, highly commended, and it was a very difficult choice. So do we move swiftly on to the oral presentations? Do you have a...
Yep, I will switch.
Again, very, very difficult indeed, but we went finally to Basel because several reasons. And, you know, I'm sorry about the things that impress people, but if you keep to time, don't overrun and say all the right things. And it was, I have to say, a very professional, very polished presentation, obviously practiced, obviously timed, which is something I'm very bad at doing. I'm a terrible culprit of that, because I love the sound of my own voice. And I assume that other people do as well. But also just, you know, well presented, good conclusions, again, slightly counterintuitive, and you defended my attacks very well. And that was excellent. And then, as I said, Michael, it was Michal, sorry, it was very good to hear something about low middle income countries, and also one of my pet subjects, pediatrics, and I think often ignored. Where we go from this, I don't know. Your conclusions actually reminded me of a study that was done in Glasgow in about the 80s, where they tongue-in-cheek concluded that it was actually safer to drink and drive than it was to drink and walk, because the pedestrians tended to be the victims there as well. So well done, all the rest. You know, the metastases, the one from Cameroon with Natalie, absolutely wonderful. And Pawan, yours was beautifully presented, possibly a little bit too neurological for us. I think that was the only thing that let us down there. We're not smart enough to understand all that stuff about tau proteins, but it was absolutely beautiful work. So everybody, thank you very much for all of that. Thank you very much for attending today. I wish you all the best in whatever field you end up in, whatever field within neurosurgery or outside it. And I just hope that you've felt today has been worthwhile and you've enjoyed yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to all our prize winners. We'll be emailing out certificates and sending via post the various prizes. We obviously had only got enough prizes for one winner for each, but we'll buy the extra prizes for the rest, don't worry.
Yeah, Prof Hutch said he'll take care of them.
Hutch has volunteered, yeah, absolutely. They
pay him much.
Pay him for.
Don't worry, guys, we'll get you all the most expensive gifts we can.
Perfect. Great stuff. Thank you, everyone. And I just want to conclude the meeting by saying it was a privilege to be the chair for NANSIG for the last year. I've met some amazing people, both colleagues, friends, and seniors who are definitely committed. It's definitely established my commitment to neurosurgery, but it's also my time to hand over. And I don't think there's a person more capable of handing it over to than the man who's organized this conference. So without further ado, I'd like to announce the new chair for NANSIG, Conor Gillespie. Congratulations. And I'd also like to announce your new committee. So this is your new committee.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, that's the new committee for 2021, everyone. So we've just been holding elections recently, and I think it's just going to be a fantastic year. I think this year for NANSIG, so I'm really taking it just to new heights, in terms of every aspect possible. And all I can hope to do is continue his great work.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't got the post certificate link, we posted it on the chat. We'll just post it again. But feel free to go. Lovely meeting you all. Thank you so much.
A massive thank you to
Bye-bye.
A massive thank you to Mr. Jenkins. Thank you so much for giving up your time today, and to Hutch, to every single speaker, from Rory Piper to Alan Hall to Sarah, who's been amazing all day. Thank you to everyone who's been involved with the CV clinics, both participating, the NANSIG reps for doing an amazing job, because without those guys and girls, we would not be here at all. And we've got to acknowledge that fully. And just massive thank you to all of you, for everyone who's came today. And we just hope that you've had a great day and learned something.
Thanks to both of you, and to the sponsors as well, who've been wonderful. Thank you. Bye.
Bye all.
Thanks very much, Mr. Jenkins. Thanks. Take care, everyone.